Kahit chamber in the application. Mujahid. Tuloy sa invocation. Mujahid, please lead us in the opening prayer. Thank you, Honor. Mujahid. Tuloy sa invocation. Mujahid, please lead us in the opening prayer. الحمد لله حمدا يعافي نعمه وفي مجيد. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك. نشكرك ونحمدك يا الله ونثني عليك كل نعمة أنعمته علينا. ونسألك اللهم التوفيق والإخلاص ولبقي الصلاة وفلاح ولبقي الصلاة البلاد والعباد وخاصة هذه بangsamoro يا الله يا رب في نهل هذا لا يخفى عليك ولا تعفو لله الجميل فعامل بالإحسان ونشكرك ونحمدك وإليك. اللهم اجعل جمع البلاد والجمع المظلومة وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما ولا تجعل فينا ولا منا ولا معنا شريرا ولا معنا يا الله يا الله. وصلى الله على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. Speaker,
para kaki na buku ada nama bagi ya buku ni boleh
yun ang talaga malabog.
Kamu saja.
Yes, Speaker.
Baju kantuk.
The percentage of meetings we have EPA Parliament number 75 titled An Act of Bringing Existing Doctors and Other People Sector and Funds in the Royal Hospital. And Level 2 from its present Level 1 with a 25
bed capacity into Level 2 with 100 bed capacity and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Authored by the Honorable MPs Safrula Dipatuan, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is a Parliament bill, private member bill. Any member of the Parliament would like to signify their interest to be co-author, please. They just may raise their hand so that the Secretariat can have the to be recorded, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, please take note of those members raising their hands to be a co-author of Parliament Bill number 75. Including the chair. All right.
Yes,
please
Mr.
continue.
Speaker. May we again request the Secretary General to read the next proposal, the next VTA Parliament Bill number 92.
Secretary General, please read Parliament Bill number 2 and the authors, the title and the authors.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Also for the first stage of bills, we have BTA Parliament Bill number 92 entitled An Act Upgrading the Buluan District Hospital from Level 1 District Hospital with 75 bed capacity to Level 2 District Hospital with 200 bed capacity in the municipality of Buluan, province of Maguindanao, and appropriating funds therefore. Authored by the Honorables MP Kadafi Mangudadato, MP Attorney Raisa Jajuri, MP Attorney Jose Lorena, MP Attorney Nabil Tan, MP Attorney Faisal Intago, MP Dr. Zulkarnain Abbas, MP Attorney Omar Yasser Sema, MP Abraham Burahan, and the Honorable Speaker Ali Pangalian Balindong, and the Deputy Speaker Zeo Rahman A. Adjong. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is a private member bill. Any member of the parliament who signify the interest to be co-authors of this particular parliament bill, they may just raise their hand so that the secretariat may record it.
Yes, members are requested to indicate their interest to be a co-author by raising their hands. Secretariat, please indicate those members' names. Take note of those names. Very well, majority, let's proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may we request again the secretariat to read the next parliament bill number 93, the title and the author.
Secretary General is requested to do so.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on BTA Parliament Bill number 93 is entitled, An Act Declaring May 2 of every year as Padang Karbala Day in commemorations of the heroic sacrifices made by the Sultan of Bayang and his people against the atrocities committed by the American Expeditionary Forces. Authored by the Honorable MP Zeo Rahman Alonto Adjong. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is a private member bill. Any member of the parliament who signify the interest to be co-author of this particular bill, they may just raise their hand so that the secretariat may record it.
Secretariat, please take note. Thank you. Let's continue. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are now on the second stage of bills. We are on BTA Parliament number 74 to deliver his sponsorship speech on the general objective and purposes of that particular bill. May we respectfully recognize MP Zafrullah Dipatuan, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Kanasi, MP Samprula Dipatuan, is recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech on Parliament Bill number 74.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, upon consultation with the author of the Parliament Bill number 74 and 75, I move to defer it until the MPs is ready, Mr. Speaker, so that we can proceed to the BTA Parliament Bill 89 and 90 on the second stage of bills, Mr. Speaker.
So the principal proponent will no longer deliver his authorship.
They just deliver din siya, Mr. Speaker, pero unahin mo na yung
Yes,
letter.
okay. So,
May
majority
we
Leader,
respectfully recognize MP Nabil Tan to deliver the Parliament Bill number 89 on his sponsorship speech, Mr. Speaker.
the most distinguished gentleman of the Sulu Archipelago, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Attorney Nabil Tan, is recognized.
Pagsamahin ko na ba to? Isa-isa na. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this august chamber, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I rise before this body to introduce an important piece of legislation for the establishment of the Level 2 General Hospital in the municipality of Maimbung, province of Sulu. On Section 15, Article 2 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution declares that the state shall protect and promote the right to health of the people and instill health consciousness among them. Furthermore, Section 11, Article 13 declares that the state shall adopt an integrated and comprehensive approach to health development that shall endeavor to make essential goods, health, and other social services available to all the Bangsamoro people at affordable cost. Likewise, Section 22, Article 9 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law provides for the Bangsamoro government to adopt a policy on health that provides for a comprehensive and integrated health services delivery for its constituents. In consonance with this policy, it is the mandate of the Bangsamoro government to establish a general hospital to serve the health requirements of its people, to ensure that the individual basic right to life shall be attainable through the prompt intervention of excellent and affordable medical services. Pursuant to the aforementioned mandate, this bill proposes to establish a Level 2 General Hospital with 100 beds in the municipality of Maimbung, province of Sulu. It must be noted that Maimbung is significantly far from Holo, and in case there is a need for emergency medical assistance, trauma intervention, and urgent care. Hence, if approved, the hospital will cater to patients coming from the island municipalities of Tapul, Pata, Lugos, and Pandami, which are more proximate geographically, accessible to Maimbung than to Holo, where the Sulu Provincial Hospital is located. Thus, it is necessary that a Level 2 General Hospital be established in the municipality of Maimbung to ensure that the residents of Maimbung and its neighboring communities or municipalities are provided with better and more effective access to medical and healthcare services. Dagdagan ko po, ito yung binasa ko, pero tayo po ay nasa panahon pa rin ng pandemic. Hindi pa po natin nakikita ang katapusan. In fact, there is a surge of COVID cases, especially in Metro Manila. We will not discount the fact that this may be long and very bad for our country and for our community. We are fortunate that Allah is so generous that the provinces of the BARM, where we are, have not spiked as compared to Metro Manila. So we should be continuing to increase or improve our health system in the provinces of the BARM. This bill seeks to complement the efforts of the late Congressman Tupay Loong, together with Governor Sakurtan, who donated the 1 hectare for this hospital. In fact, the infrastructure as we speak is ongoing, being built, this has been ongoing, and the effort started in 2011, but there were some problems along the way, and it was only when the late Congressman Tupay Loong assisted my sister, Dr. Paratan Omar, to continue the building of this hospital, because that time he already saw the need, even before the pandemic hit us. So in view of this, my brothers and sisters in this BTA Parliament, I humbly, earnestly appeal for your support for the approval of this bill. We will have a very permanent legacy. There are no politics in this. Whether you are for or against, whether you are the follower of congressman or governor or mayors, the pandemic, the health system should reign paramount to our concern. This is the best legacy. Even if I shall not be here, and after this transition period, I will be so happy and proud to remember that once upon a time we left a legacy for our Bangsamoro. Wabillahi taufiq, wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, DS Tan, for your authorship speech.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Health.
There's a motion to refer the Parliament Bill number 89 to the Committee on Health.
And Finance, and the Committee on Finance, Mr.
And
Speaker.
also to the Committee on Finance. It has been seconded. The motion is approved.
Again, Mr. Speaker, may we respectfully recognize MP Nabil Khan to deliver his sponsorship speech on Parliament Bill number 90.
Deputy Speaker Tan.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this august chamber, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Again, I take this podium to introduce another important legislation for the upgrading of the Sulu Provincial Hospital, which was neglected for almost a century ago. The Sulu Provincial Hospital was the first hospital established in the province. The first two pioneering graduates of the University of the Philippines School of Medicine, married couples, namely Dr. Sixto Orosa and Dr. Severina Orosa, who are the parents of Rosalinda Orosa, if you know her, columnist of the Philippine Star, who graduated summa cum laude and magna cum laude respectively, were the first doctor serving the said have served the said hospital. Respectively, the Suluans were then apprehensive that if they get treated in the hospital, they will be converted to Christianity. If they will get treatment from the said hospital. However, when the father of my mother-in-law, the late Senator Haji Buto Rasul, got sick, he was brought to the said hospital because our people were used to ambularyo, yung hilot-hilot lang, ayaw magpatingin sa doktor. He was treated by Doctors Orosa, and the spear and the krish were there hanging over their heads just in case Haji Buto Rasul will die during treatment. The Suluans began to realize when he got well that the need for a hospital treatment is imperative. Since then, the Sulu Provincial Hospital was established more than a century ago. But the historical neglect but efforts to improve its capacity has been insignificant. Hence, this is an urgent appeal. I was once with my sister, Dr. Farah Tan Omar, who lobbied with the DBM. But we only got, even from the time of Secretary Bongkodin, may she rest in peace, there was no help. She was suggesting to knock down those unoccupied plantilla positions and create one. Sabi namin, we cannot afford that because many would like to be employed in the hospital. Now with the pandemic environment, the extreme need for health services has become more apparent, real, and urgent. People are demanding for health services, specifically to upgrade the Sulu Provincial Hospital. For your information, Your Honors, Mr. Speaker, there are several doctors, young doctors, who are already specialists residing and working in Zamboanga City, who have expressed their readiness to serve in their own province, not go abroad, but they could not do so because there are no plantilla items in the provincial hospital. Pity. We are really in the threshold as the Law Republic Act 11054, particularly on Section 19, Article 12, Fiscal Autonomy, on the block grant. Health, education, and social services are to be the priority. Having said that, it behooves upon us to implement this provision and to make sure that we give priority to the improvement or strengthening of our health facilities, particularly in our hospitals. Let us bear in mind that we are building a nation. Agama hula bangsa. Building a nation starts with the protection of our valuable resource, which is the human resources. If we have weak citizens, unhealthy citizens, the dream of building a strong nation will remain a dream. I humbly appeal for your support for the immediate passage and approval of this bill. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Yes, thank you for that author's speech. Will the gentleman from Sulu, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, accord me the honors to be part of his bills and become one of his co-authors?
Very willingly to our handsome Deputy Speaker, Zia Adyong.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to Committee on Health and Committee on Finance, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to refer Parliament Bill number 90 to the Committee on Health and to the Committee on Finance. Is there any objection? Hearing none, BTA Parliament Bill number 90 is now referred to the Committee on Finance and Committee on Health. Majority
Then,
Leader?
Mr. Speaker, may we respectfully recognize again on the BTA Parliament number, the first one, MP Dipatuan, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Ganasi, MP Dipatuan, is recognized to deliver his authorship speech on Parliament Bill number 74.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I rise before the honorable ladies and gentlemen of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority for a very important and urgent need in connection with the upgrading of the Unayan Municipal Hospital. The Bangsamoro Organic Law mandates the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao to establish an integrated health services that would serve the needed health services of the Bangsamoro in the different areas of the BARM. Furthermore, delivery of basic health services is one of the top priorities of our very own Chief Minister Ahod B. Ebrahim Al-Hajj. Many of the hospitals in BARM, in the 5 provinces, were established even before the creation of the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. Since their creation, these hospitals were never upgraded so that they could respond to the increasing needs of the people. One of these hospitals is the Unayan District Hospital, located in Binidayan, Lanao del Sur, which was established as a 10-bed capacity level 1 municipal hospital. But today, this hospital is serving not only a single municipality, but a cluster of 6 to 7 municipalities. You could just imagine the burden that is borne by the management of this hospital as they are being swarmed by the number of patients that is more than the authorized bed capacity of this hospital. And especially at this very critical time when we have a pandemic, it is very taxing and difficult for the management of this hospital to cope up with the increasing responsibilities that are laid on their shoulder. I therefore ask the members of this august body to rise up to the challenges that we are confronting now by supporting this representation for the passage of this BTA Parliament Bill number 74. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP
Yes,
Dipatuan.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Finance, Committee on Health and Committee on Finance, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to refer Parliament Bill number 74 to the Committees of Health and Finance that's been seconded. Said the bill is now referred to these two committees.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, again, may we respectfully recognize MP Dipatuan on Parliament Bill number 79 to deliver his authorship speech.
We again recognize MP Dipatuan for his authorship speech.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Majority Floor Leader. BTA Parliament Bill number 79 is an act upgrading the existing WAO District Hospital in Lanao del Sur from its present level 1 with 25 bed capacity into level 2 with 100 bed capacity and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. The location of this hospital is very strategic. The municipality of Wao is the only municipality in the province of Lanao del Sur whose population are wherein the population of non-Muslims is greater than the population of Muslims, particularly the Maranaos and some brothers and sisters from Maguindanao. Many of the non-Muslim population in Wao are very hesitant to support the passage of the Bangsamoro Organic Law because they are worried and apprehensive that they will not be able to get the necessary attention and services that the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao would offer. They are thinking that because majority of them are non-Muslims, their needs will not be catered to by the BARM. Added to that, the municipality of Wao is the show window of Lanao del Sur to the provinces, to the province of Bukidnon in particular, and partly to the province of North Cotabato. It is therefore very important that the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, and in this particular instance, the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, will prove to all citizens of the BARM that we will be serving the need of all people regardless of religion, ethnic affiliation, and political inclination. It is therefore very important that at this particular juncture where we are still in transition, we must push for the upgrading of the Wao District Hospital in Lanao del Sur. I therefore appreciate all members of this august body who manifested their desire to be co-authors of this particular proposed bill. If I am not mistaken, almost all the members of this august body manifested to be authors of this bill. And I would like to request the Secretary General to instruct our Secretariat to take note of this particular concern. Because I do not want that the action of this chamber will not be properly recorded. So thank you very much. And once again, this representation needs the support of this chamber in order that this particular legislation will be adopted on time. Thank you very much. Wassalam.
Thank you. I joined the observation of the principal author. Yesterday, when it was presented to the chamber, many of the members present at that time manifested their willingness to be co-authors, and that was appropriately accepted by the principal author. I do hope that in next time, when we present a bill on the second stage, the members who are accepted, who also showed their willingness to be part of the bill, shall be reflected on the monitor. And again, I would reiterate again my willingness and my interest to be a co-author of this measure. Thank you very much, MP Dipatuan. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, before we proceed to the next order of business, there are two MPs who would like to deliver their privilege speech on their personal and collective privilege. Mr. Speaker, I would personally...
The privilege hour.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. May we respectfully recognize MP Harun Abbas. Harun Abbas, Mr. Speaker, to take the podium. MP Harun Abbas.
MP Abbas is recognized to deliver...
To be followed by MP Sultan Rimbang, Mr. Speaker.
To deliver his privilege speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let there be sustainable peace and development in Burma by extending the term of BTA up to 2025 or more. Brother the Speaker, His Excellency the Bangsamoro Chief Minister, His Eminence the Wali of Bangsamoro, honorable members of Bangsamoro Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I rise today on matter of personal and collective privilege to reiterate and bring to this august body's attention our sincere efforts to have the term of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, BTA, extended by Congress up to June 2025 pursuant to BTA Resolution number 93, which was unanimously passed on November 17, 2020, or better still up to June 2028, inshallah. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to elaborate for posterity's sake the legislative accomplishments of the Bangsamoro Parliament from its inception in 2019 up to date. Such accomplishments, however big or small it were, are some of the tangible reasons why the term of the BTA should be extended by Congress, inshallah. The BTA has passed and enacted into law at least 17 major laws mentioned in the Bangsamoro Organic Law as priorities for legislation during the transition period. Mr. Speaker, the extension period would greatly afford both the national government and the government of Bangsamoro to fulfill all their transitory mandates and obligations under the Framework Agreement on the Bangsamoro, Comprehensive Agreement on the Bangsamoro Cab and Republic Act number 11054, otherwise known as the Bangsamoro Organic Law, BOL. These 79 pieces of legislative measures under the political track of the peace process between the Philippine government and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front include the following: 29 major legislations that include enactment of various laws such as Electoral Code, Education Code, Local Government Code, Indigenous Peoples' Rights Code, law increasing or creating the Bangsamoro Ministry of Health, as well as a general hospital system. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, allow me to narrate here as anecdote our last conversation with our beloved late MLF chairman, Sheikh Shahid Salamat Hashim Rahimahullah, there at his deathbed in Camp Bosra, Sumurang, minutes before his return to Rahmatullah due to cardiac arrest on July 13, 2003. He lamented to me and his attending physicians that the Moro is oppressed. My heart could have been bypassed easily had it not been due to the oppression inflicted against us by the Philippine colonial government. The Moros must not forget this miserable condition when their leaders are deliberately deprived of the basic right of medical treatment without any reason at all, except that they were fighting for their freedom from Philippine oppressive colonial rule. And then I relayed to him a brief situational report from the ground. After listening to my report, he paused for a while to relax his back, only for us to hear afterwards the kalima shahada, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. He was gone to the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. His message was so simple, but cannot be done except by the Bangsamoro government. The availability of physicians, hospitals fitted with modern facilities, and medicine and health centers in every community of the Bangsamoro. Hence, the Bangsamoro Parliament must enact a general hospital system as called for under Article 9, Section 22 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. At this very instance, Mr. Speaker, and with all due respect to our beloved Bangsamoro Chief Minister, I humbly request for a minute of silence for us to solemnly recall the great man who wanted to be remembered as a revolutionary who fought for the legitimate cause and grievances of his aggressed people against oppression and colonialism, and an innocent civilian who was forced to organize, lead, and defend the fight for his people. The late Amirul Mujahideen, Imam of the Bangsamoro people and MILF chairman, Sheikh As-Shahid Salamat Hashim Rahimahullah. Let us pause for a minute before continuing. The seeds of jihad he had planted to the hearts of the oppressed Bangsamoro people have already grown up, slowly building foundations of a formidable Bangsamoro government, now laid by our very own MRF chairman and Bangsamoro chief minister, His Excellency Ahod Al-Haz Murad B. Ebrahim, Hafizullah, that would make us all proud to live in it and gracefully bequeath it to the next generation of the Bangsamoro indigenous peoples and settler communities so that they will not anymore experience bloody wars during their lifetime, inshallah. Mr. Speaker, Brother Chairman, and warm Chief Minister, our late MILF chairman, the illustrious Sheikh Salamat Hashim Rahimahullah, had clearly outlined the Bangsamoro people's peaceful quest for their right to self-determination, freedom, and independence under international law, more specifically under the Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, which was adopted by the UN General Assembly Resolution 2625 on October 24, 1970, which stressed that every state has the duty to promote through joint and separate action universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms in accordance with the Charter. Establishment of a sovereign and independent state, the free association or integration with an independent state, or the emergence into any other political status freely determined by a people constitute modes of implementing the right of self-determination by that people. In his first ever press conference held at Camp Busra, Somyurang on December 18, 1997, he explained that our concept of being free is that you cannot be free unless you are independent. And also you cannot be independent unless you are free. It is as simple as that. If this freedom cannot be achieved during my lifetime, I can assure you and I can assure everybody that I have already planted the seeds of jihad. I have already planted the idea of fighting for freedom in the hearts of my people, the Bangsamoro people. In my continuing visitations in various places and outside Bar, the question being asked by the people is this: is the MLF-led BARM the realization of the seeds of jihad and the meaningful autonomous government mentioned in the book, The Bangsamoro Mujahid? It now becomes necessary for us to understand what the Bangsamoro Mujahid as elaborated with regard to the above question posited by the people. Hence, our concept of determination, self-determination is complete independence, or it is at least a meaningful autonomous government embracing the entire traditional homeland of the Bangsamoro, namely Mindanao, Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, and Palawan. The MLF's protracted struggle was for complete independence or a meaningful autonomous government, while the MLF's maximum demand of complete independence remains a dream. The MLF has amicably settled via peace negotiations for its minimum demand, the meaningful autonomous government covering the present-day Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, minus Palawan. This fledgling Bangsamoro arm is no doubt a realization of the broad definition of the meaningful autonomous government mentioned in the Bangsamoro Mujahid and in diplomatic parlance, the emergence into any other political status freely determined by a people as enumerated under the Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. But how was the Bangsamoro Arm, being a new political status and entity, freely determined by the Bangsamoro people? The resounding answer is that it was freely determined by the people through the two plebiscites conducted on January 21, 2019 and on February 16, 2019, which eventually saw the emergence of a new political entity called Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao that replaced the defunct arm, Alhamdulillah. Not less than our very own first president from Mindanao, His Excellency President Roa Rodrigo Duterte, who gave marching orders to the BARM Chief Minister on the occasion of the second anniversary of Bangsamoro Arm to ensure that BARM will achieve meaningful self-governance within the framework of our Constitution and the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Be assured that the administration will remain determined in its commitment to support self-determination, uphold human rights, and advance social welfare in the Bangsamoro region. The late Amirul Mujahideen and MLF chairman so deserves a rightful place in the contemporary struggle of the Bangsamoro people even after his return to Rahmatullah 18 years ago. Hence, I sincerely call upon my colleagues at the Bangsamoro Parliament to immediately pass the following bills. Bill number 13, entitled An Act Declaring July 13th and every year thereafter as Salamat Hashim Day, a special non-working holiday in the areas of Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Bill number 44, an act declaring the late Moro Islamic Liberation Front founder, Sheikh Salamat Hashim, as Bangsamoro hero, appropriating funds, therefore, and for other purposes. Mr. Speaker, allow me to continue enumerating the unfinished task of BTA via legislation such as 3 major legislations for Sharia justice system, 5 major legislations for traditional justice system, reparation and alternative dispute resolution, 14 major legislations for intergovernmental relations, 2 major legislations for block grant and BARM shares in taxes, 3rd major legislations for Islamic banking and finance, 2 major legislations for economic and technical cooperation, 1 major legislation for official development assistance, 6 major legislations for security, 4 major legislation for environment and natural resources, and 1 for the creation and operationalization of the Council of Leaders as called for under Article 6, Section 9 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Brother Speaker, The extension period would greatly afford the leadership of the MLF, government of Bangsamoro, and the national government ample time to complete the unfinished businesses in the normalization track of the peace process, which are vital in the attainment of complete peace and development of the Bangsamoro and Philippines in general as follows. Full implementation of the four key aspects of the Annex on Normalization signed on January 25, 2014 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, such as 1. Security and its 5 subcontinents, policing the Bangsamoro decommissioning, disbanding private armed groups, redeployment of the armed forces of the Philippines, and detection and clearance of mines and exploded ordnance. 2. Socioeconomic development programs for decommissioning forces and their communities, which include the creation and operationalization of the Bangsamoro Normalization Trust Fund in accordance with the Annex on Normalization and terms of reference for the Joint Normalization Committee, Joint Peace and Security Committee, signed on March 22, 2014, also in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Transitional justice and reconciliation. And 4. Confidence-building measures, which include, among others, the creation and full operationalization of the Joint Task Forces on Camps Transformation, signed on February 11, 2016 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The creation and operationalization of the terms of reference for the Task Force for Decommissioned Combatants and Other Communities and its terms of reference signed on May 31, 2015, and government efforts through amnesty, pardon, and other valuable processes towards the resolution of cases of persons charged with or convicted of crimes and offenses connected to the armed conflict in Mindanao, and full release of 1 million pesos social benefit package for each of the first batch of 13,500 decommissioning BF MLF combatants as precondition to the decommissioning of remaining combatants. Only 100,000 pesos was released to each of the 13,500 decommissioned combatants. The 80,000 pesos came from the Bangsamoro Transitory Family Support Package, while the 20,000 pesos came from the Livelihood Settlement Grant of OPAP and DSWD. Reports say that each of the former combatants received 100,000 pesos cash and socio-economic assistance package. Their families will also get an estimated worth of 500,000 pesos up to 1 million pesos of healthcare assistance scholarships for their children, housing and livelihood projects from the government. For record purposes, Mr. Speaker, around 175 BF elements were first symbolically decommissioned on June 16, 2015, in the presence of former President Benigno Simeon C. Aquino III and our beloved MILF Chairman, who is now Bangsamoro Chief Minister, Ahod Alhaz Murad B. Ebrahim, at the old provincial capital grounds of Maguindanao in Sultan Kudarat Municipality. On that occasion, the MLF has ceremonially turned over 20 crew-served weapons and 55 high-powered firearms to the independent decommissioning body and decommissioned 145 members of the Bangsamoro Islamic Armed Forces, BF, the MLF's armed wing. The phase 2 of the decommissioning process started on August 28, 2019 and ended on March 18, 2020. During that period, around 1,500 and another 12,000 MLF combatants were decommissioned, along with their 2,100 assorted firearms and more than 500 ammunitions. The details of the 12,000 decommissioned MLF combatants area as follows. Under phase 2 of the decommissioning process, 5,361 combatants were decommissioned from the Darapanan cluster, 1,691 from Lanao del Sur cluster, 1,100 from Salman cluster, 986 from Lanao del Sur Norte cluster, 954 from Rajamuda cluster, 848 from Old Maganoy cluster, 742 from Davao del Norte cluster, and 318 from Albarca cluster. That marks the completion of phase 2 decommissioning process. Not less than our BARM Chief Minister, the figures during the annual meeting of the Foreign Correspondents Association of the Philippines focused that our target is we will be decommissioning at least 40,000 combatants. This will be divided into 3 phases. The first 30%, a second 35%, and a third 35%. We have completed the 30%, which is the first phase of 12,000 former BF members, plus there was an initial batch during the past administration where we already started a symbolic decommissioning of 1,500 MILF fighters. In another occasion, our BARM Chief Minister emphasized that the decommissioning doesn't mean we have given up on what we used to fight for. It simply demonstrates our sincere and full commitment to fulfilling our obligations and responsibilities in the peace agreement, and we are now working with the government to achieve our goal of peace and development for the Bangsamoro. At least 205 or 1.71% were members of the Bangsamoro Islamic Women's Auxiliary Brigade, BIWAB. Their firearms and ammunition were turned over to the independent decommissioning body, only 70% divided in 2 batches will be decommissioned. The list of MLF weapons, numbering 2,450, and the list of MLF combatants, numbering 12,000, to be decommissioned under the 3rd phase of the normalization process, were submitted by the MLF to the independent decommissioning body on December 19, 2020. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the Bangsamoro Chief Minister, my honorable colleagues in the Bangsamoro Parliament, I would like to inform your honors that with respect to granting of amnesty and pardon, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte has issued proclamation number 1090 last February 5, entitled Granting Amnesty to Members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF, who have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political beliefs. For the record, again, Brother Speaker, at least 4 concurrent resolutions have been filed in the House of Representatives in support of President Duterte's proclamation number 1090, 2 of which pertain to the MLF and MNLF, as follows: A, House Concurrent Resolution number 12, and B, House Concurrent Resolution number 13, which sought to grant amnesty to MLF and MNF members respectively. The other 2 measures are House Concurrent Resolution number 14, which sought to grant amnesty to RPMP, RPA, ABB members, and House Concurrent Resolution number 15, which further sought to grant amnesty to communist terrorist group members. The 4 measures were simultaneously filed by its sponsors, Speaker Lord Alan J. Q. Velasco, Representative Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, and Representative Joseph Stephen S. Paduano on February 23, 2021. I am of the strong conviction that these administrative and legislative measures are filed in partial compliance with the terms of reference for the Task Force for Decommissioned Combatants and their communities. Mr. Speaker, the extension period would greatly afford the leadership of the MLF and government of Bangsamoro ample time to convince and continue reaching out to other armed groups, that is Bangsamoro, Islamic Freedom Fighters, Abu Sayyaf Group, etc., to return to the fold of law with their dignity intact and join us in running the government of Bangsamoro in whatever legal capacity they might have, so that a new dawn of everlasting peace and progress will reign in the Bangsamoro and the whole of the Philippines, inshallah. The extension period, Mr. Speaker, would also afford the national government ample time to provide additional funds that will subsidize expenditures for development projects and infrastructure in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, including provincial and municipal roads, in accordance with the development plan formulated by the Bangsamoro government. Such extension period, Mr. Speaker, would further afford the national government and the Bangsamoro government the opportunity to intensify development efforts for the rehabilitation, reconstruction, and development of Bangsamoro Autonomous Region as part of the normalization process. They shall formulate and implement a program for rehabilitation and development that will address the needs of MLF, Bangsamoro Islamic Armed Forces, members and its decommissioned women auxiliary force, MNLF Bangsamoro Armed Forces, members, and address the needs of the internally displaced persons, widows, and orphans, and poverty-stricken communities. They shall observe, promote, and ensure gender responsiveness in all aspects of the security and peace building, including the participation of women in decision making, Article 14, Section 1, BOL. Mr. Speaker, the extension period would further afford the national government sufficient time and resources to provide the Special Development Fund to the Bangsamoro government for the rebuilding, rehabilitation, and development of its conflict-affected communities, the amount equivalent to 50 billion pesos per year. The amount equivalent to 50 billion pesos per year for a period of 10 years from the ratification of this organic law shall be allocated for this purpose. The utilization of the funds shall be in accordance with the Bangsamoro Development Plan to be adopted by the Bangsamoro government as provided in Article 13, Section 6 of this organic law. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I submit that the extension of term of the BTA would not be subjected to plebiscite, since the basic structure of the Bangsamoro government will not be disrupted. Only the first parliamentary elections slated under the BON to be conducted in 2022 will be affected. The postponement of previous elections also was not subjected to plebiscite and did not need so asserted by the Supreme Court in the case of Dato Mikhail Abasquita versus Senate of the Philippines. For the record, Mr. Speaker, allow me to substantiate my argument on the validity of asking for extension of the term of BTA based on the following acts of Congress itself. Those 9 laws postponing the armed elections were the following: Republic Act number 7467, Republic Act number 8176, Republic Act number 8746, Republic Act number 8753, Republic Act number 8953, Republic Act number 9012, Republic Act number 9140, Republic Act number 9343, and Republic Act number 10153. With the passage of Republic Act number 8953, Professor Nur Miswari further continued to hold office as BARM Regional Governor on holdover capacity. This was the 3rd time that his term of office was extended by Congress. But President Joseph Estrada declared an all-out war against the MLF and the Bangsamoro people on March 21st, 2000. Estrada's declaration of all-out war caused his impeachment and downfall on January 21st, 2001, and his subsequent imprisonment on April 25, 2001, during the 16th MLF General Assembly held in September 2000. At the height of the Estrada imposed all-out war against the Bangsamoro people, the legendary MLF chairman and imam of the Bangsamoro people, Sheikh Salamat Hashim, rahimahullah, has accurately predicted the downfall of Estrada and his government. In his rousing state of the Bangsamoro struggle address, the chairman boldly elaborated that I will not miss to say that the commander-in-chief of the enemy announced at the start of the war that his government would wage all-out war against the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the Muslims who stand with it, and to pulverize them. When it was made obvious to the Islamic Front that all-out war was aimed at exterminating the morale of the Muslims in the area, destroying the places, houses, mosques, and madaris, and the sources of the livelihood of the sources of their livelihood. The leadership called for an all-out jihad. On Wednesday, July 12, 2000, the Muslims, true to their faith, responded to this call, and the color of the hypocrites appeared very clear. Hypocrites are present in all gatherings. The result of the call to all-out jihad was responded positively. Fighting spread out. It covered a number of areas. Bombings followed. The enemy soldiers suffered great losses, and the government economy deteriorated. Its politics was shaken. It operates aimlessly and without particular direction, as if groping to the darkness, heading to nowhere. It is inclined to fall. God willing, Allah Almighty is true to His word. That is Surah Muhammad, Ayah 7. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu in tansurullaha yansurkum wa yuthabbit aqdamakum. That is Surah Muhammad, verse 7. O ye who believe, if ye will aid the cause of God, He will aid you and plant your feet firmly. The downfall of the all-out war president after his impeachment on November 13, 2000 by the House of Representatives on grounds of bribery, graft, and corruption, betrayal of public trust, and culpable violation of the Constitution, as can be seen from the articles of impeachment transmitted to the Senate, has caused the rise of then Vice President Gloria M. Arroyo to the helm of presidency on January 20, 2001. Then Chief Justice Hilario Davidi has sworn in Arroyo as President of the Philippines. A serious legal battle ensued before the Supreme Court, which finally ruled in favor of Arroyo in the consolidated celebrated cases of Estrada versus Desierto and Estrada versus Arroyo. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning, I humbly submitted that the extension of the term of BTA needs no plebiscite, since the basic structure of the Bangsamoro government will not be disrupted. The plebiscite was only held pursuant to Republic Act number 9054, when the first organic act of Republic Act number 6734 was substantially amended. For all of us to understand, Republic Act number 9054 was passed by Congress and lapsed into law on March 31st, 2001. without the signature of former President Gloria M. Arroyo, pursuant to Section 27, Article 6 of the Constitution. It later turned out that on her first day of office, as representative of the 2nd District of Pampanga upon ending her term as president in 2010, Gloria M. Arroyo filed a bill dividing ARM and creating the autonomous region in Central Mindanao and autonomous region in Western Mindanao, which was not even calendared for discussion. It is high time, Brother Speaker, that the Philippine Congress Bangsamoro Parliament Forum be created and activated in accordance with Article 6, Section 3 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. This forum shall serve as venue to discuss and exchange views and proposals regarding the several bills filed in the House of Representatives and in Senate and come up with a bill that is acceptable and satisfactory to the Bangsamoro government and Congress, inshallah. The bills filed will seek to amend Section 13, Article 16 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law are as follows as of January 27, 2021. House Bill number 8116, filed by Representative Lauren B. Ligarda, Lone District, Antique, on December 1, 2020. House Bill number 8117, filed by Representative Ismail G. Magundadato, 2nd District, Maguindanao, on December 1st, 2020. House Bill number 8161, filed by Representative Ferdinand Martin G. Romodis, 1st District, Leyte, on December 7, 2020. House Bill number 8222, filed by Representative Muhammad Khalid Q. Dimapuro, 1st District, Lanao del Norte, and December 14, 2020. House Bill number 8277, filed by Representative Isidro T. Ungab, 3rd District, Davao City, on December 17, 2020. Senate Bill number 2025, filed by Senator Richard J. Gordon on January 27, 2021, and Senate Bill number 2019, filed by Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel on January 25, 2001. Mr. Speaker, the arguments of the honorable representatives, senators in calling for the extension of term of BTA, as expressed in the respective explanatory notes, can be summarized as follows. The postponement will likewise give ample time for the full transition of the bar to take place, including the effective implementation of the programs and operations of the BTA. There is a need to give the BTA and the national government more time to deliver on each other's commitments in relation to the implementation of the peace agreement and the BOL. The postponement will allow the Bangsamoro government to focus on the needs of the Bangsamoro people and ensure the continued growth and development of BARM. The postponement intends to fulfill the annex on normalization under the FAB and CAP for the reintegration of the MLF combatants to mainstream society. The postponement will allow the parties sufficient opportunity to establish a formidable BARM governmental structure and robust policies that will be vital in effectively serving the Bangsamoro people. Now is the time that it will succeed. We are asking everyone to give this a chance to succeed, because it is not only for our good, but for the good of the Bangsamoro people and the entire Filipino people. With such huge amount of tasks entrusted to the BTA, Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that another 3 more years is not even enough to fully accomplish what should be done for the Bangsamoro. If Congress was able to postpone for 9 times the previous armed regional elections to appease the MNLF and certain sectors then there is no logical reason why it cannot pass a law for the postponement of BARM elections in 2022 and the extension of term of BTA, inshallah. Having elaborated legal and factual basis to postpone the 2022 BARM elections, regional elections, Mr. Speaker, allow me to delve further back in time in our political history, but of recent memory that our forefathers and leaders have immortalized and we continue to aspire for. Exactly 97 years ago, Mr. Speaker, our forefathers, leaders have gathered in 1924 in what was now city of Zamboanga to discuss the situation of the Muslims and their future political status under the American colonial government and the impending Filipino-led government. There is no other word this humble representation can coin other than such gathering could have been the first parliament of the Moro nation, which in their own words was in representation of the nearly 500,000 Mohammedan residents in Mindanao and Sulu. A historic document was issued and signed by all leaders and people in attendance and became what is now known as the Declaration of Rights and Purposes addressed to the Congress of the United States of America, which they signed on February 1st, 1924. I feel obliged to acknowledge here, Mr. Speaker, the effort of American writer Catherine Mayo, who sympathized with our leaders and made known this declaration not just to the American government and Congress, but to the world in general by publishing it in toto in her book, The Eyes of Fear, The Truth About the Philippines, which was published in New York in 1925. The Moros are also forever indebted to the young American Spanish scholar, trader, engineer Martin Alvarez, who married the daughter of Raja Muda Mandi and who translated the declaration from its original Arabic into English with scrupulous exactitude. The publication of such declaration had won the heart of New York Congressman Robert L. Bacon, who eventually filed in the U.S. Congress the famous Bacon Bill, House Bill number 12772, otherwise known as the Act Creating the Moro Province. Filed at the U.S. Congress on June 11, 1926, during the first session of the 69th Congress, the Bacon Bill was an 18-page document containing 6 titles and 604 sections. I believe that the Bangsamoro Organic Law is a lesser version and realization of the Bacon Bill, which sought to create a Moro province independent of the Philippines, but a province of the United States of America. During such first parliament of the Moro nation, Mr. Speaker and fathers, our forefathers have resolved to collectively call themselves, as we are now, as Moro nation, by officially stating that in the event that the United States grants independence to the Philippine Islands without provisions for our retention under the American flag, it is our firm intention and resolve to declare ourselves an independent constitutional sultanate to be known to the world as the Moro nation. In that famous declaration, Mr. Speaker, the first parliament of the Moro nation also petitioned the U.S. government to make Mindanao, Sulu, Archipelago, and Palawan as an unorganized American territory, with provision for the plebiscite 50 years after the Philippines gains its independence from American colonial rule. They overwhelmingly stage the conduct and concept of plebiscite long before any Filipino politician has thought or talked about it. First, We are not seeking temporary or palliative measures. We ask for a solution which will be permanent and lasting in its effects. Therefore, we propose that the islands of Mindanao and Sulu and the island of Palawan be made an unorganized territory of the United States of America, in order that we may be fair to the Filipinos and in order that they may not raise an outcry to the effect that we wish to dismember the Philippine Islands. We propose that 50 years after independence may have been granted the rest of the Philippine Islands. A plebiscite be held in the proposed unorganized territory to decide by vote whether the proposed territory will be incorporated in the government of the island of Luzon and Visayas, remain a territory, or become independent. This would apply the principles of justice and equity to all elements of the population and imply a government through the consent of the governed. Mr. Speaker, the late Moro legal luminary and member of the MLF's previous peace negotiating team, Attorney Muhammad Musib Mbuat, Allahu Yarhamu, explained in one of his legal treatises that 50 years given by the first parliament of the Moro nation, starting from the granting of Philippine independence by the American on July 4, 1946, ended in the year 1996, which coincided in the year that GRP-MNLF final peace agreement was signed on September 2, 1996. But the Philippine government has forgotten to conduct the plebiscite sought by the legendary Moro leaders in 1924 for the next generations who happen to be us at present. The spirit of the closing statement of such 1924 declaration, Mr. Speaker, will resonate, still resonates today at this second parliament of the Moro Nation, the Bangsamoro Parliament of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, while we petition the Philippine Congress to extend the term of BTA. Our forefathers officially elaborated that. Therefore, we hereby solemnly and respectfully petition the Congress of the United States for redress and amelioration of our present economic and political situation, and ask you, in the name of your God and our God, who is one and the same, that you promptly grant us our request in order that this, the land of our Mohammedans and Christians, who should be dwelling together in peace and amity in the shelter of the American flag. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I humbly reiterate and strongly submit that the call for extension of the term of BTA aim to finish all unfinished matters, both legislative and administrative measures being mandated by the FAB-CAB and the Bangsamoro Organic Law and Executive Order 79, Series of 2019, to the Philippine government, the MLF, and the Bangsamoro government is a requisite sine qua non in signing the exit agreement provided for in the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro. The parties shall mutually take such steps for its full implementation and to the establishment of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority and the regular Bangsamoro government, the gradual normalization of the previously conflict-affected areas, and their transformation into peaceful and progressive communities. The parties commit to faithfully abide by honor, respect, implement, and entrench these agreements and nurture the integrity of the whole process. An exit agreement will be crafted and signed by both parties when all agreements have been fully implemented. Mr. Speaker, I concur with this recent statement of a legal scholar that if the BTA successfully obtains an extension of its term, it will be given more time in office and a longer period within which to deliver on the transition project. Thus, the extension, Mr. Speaker, according to a distinguished colleague, comrade in arms, and renowned moral thinker, Robert Maulana M. Alonto, is not whimsical nor arbitrary. It is imperative. Thus, the second parliament of the Moro Nation shall exert best and maximum efforts to give justice to the historic 1924 declaration of the first parliament of the Moro Nation. Let there be sustainable peace and development in Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao by extending the term of BTA up to 2025 or more, inshallah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide and bless us all. Long live Bangsamoro. Shukran wa salamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Your Honor,
Yes,
for that well-detailed, very educational, privileged speech.
yes, Mr. Speaker.
What is the pleasure of the
I
majority
move to
leader?
suspend the session for 15 minutes to have a prayer.
Can we make it 10 minutes?
10 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
We have so many items to discuss today. Session suspended for 10 minutes. We ask the Secretary, the Sergeant at Arms to please invite the members who are outside the plenary, invite them to come in. There will be committee reports and voting may take place later. Majority? Session suspended.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, MP would like to recognize MP Sultan Rimbang.
MP Sultan Drisa Nasir Rimbang is recognized for his privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader. Mr. Speaker, before my privilege ay baka po kung i-allowed niyo po ako ay meron po tayo isang bisita na galing po siya sa Manila. Isa po siya sa tumutulong sa atin na magkaroon tayo ng office sa outside the BAM, inshallah.
Who is this individual? Sino po ang itong tinutukoy niyo po?
Okay.
Ano pong pangalan niya? Ano pong pangalan niya, MP Rimbang?
Si Isagani Kamson, Mr. Consultant AP Officer Village, Taguig City.
Thank you. The person whose name was mentioned by MP Rimbang, you are welcome to the Parliament of the Bangsamoro people. Please proceed, MP Rimbang.
Okay, thank you very much. Sa labas yata. Pero importante, pinawelcome natin siya.
Proceed. That's on record, MP Rimbang. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker of the Day, Deputy Speaker, Brother Shia Alonto. 5 minutes lang. Audibillahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Honorable Chief Minister Ahod Balawag Ebrahim Murad, Honorable Deputy Ali Sulaiman, Deputy Chief Minister Ali Sulaiman, Honorable Speaker Attorney Pangalian Imbalindong, Honorable Majority Floor Leader Attorney Lanang T. Ali Jr., Honorable Minority Floor Leader Attorney Liza Masud Alamya, Secretary General Professor Rabi Angkal, Sir, my dear co-member of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, this Bangsamoro Sultanate Commission is in need to establish to complement the capacity, the potential of the Sultan, because I do believe the importance of peace building start from the traditional clan and the Sultan as a peacemaker with Bill number 45, we will promote the essence of the belongingness because one of the wisdom of Bangsamoro organic law is to promote our identity as a Bangsamoro people. Mr. Speaker, Member of Parliament, my heart bleeds every time I show that bills of high importance are set aside, which leads to my collection of the past to fight the enemies of the Bangsamoro Mujahideen. For Islam, say causing even the injury of my legs. But later, I feel proud knowing that I am representing the Bam Sultanate and people who are crying for liberation from the historic diabolic oppression of the past 1970s martial law, where the military forlorn the mandate as a people protectors but enemies of innocent civilians, most Muslim and Christian, even the traditional Sultanate of Bam. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, Member of Parliament, kung babalikan po natin ang history ng Bangsamoro people na nakapaloob sa Dansalan Declaration of 1935 Philippines Constitutional, ang mga dato natin sa Lanao, Maguindanao, Sulu, Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, kasama ang 30 Sultan ay pinaglaban po nila ang Moro Province na magkaroon ng kalayaan sa mga Amerikano sa pamumuno ni US President Roosevelt. At sabi po ni Abdul Hamid Bugabong ng Unayan Lanao del Sur na kung hindi ninyo ibigay sa amin ang inihingi naming kalayaan at kapayapaan sa Mindanao ay mas mabuti pang mawala na lang kami sa mapa ng bansang Pilipinas. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, kaya ganyan katibay at katatag ang loob ng ating mga ninuno. Sana po bigyan natin ng halaga ang hirap at sakripisyo ng ating mga sultan. Kaya inihiling ko po sa mga kasamahan ko, brother and sister ng Parliament mula sa busilak ninyong puso na ipagtatuloy natin ang pinaglaban ng ating mga ninuno na mga sultan dito sa Mindanao. Tulad ng pagsasakripisyo nila ay pagpatuloy po natin sa pamamagitan ng Bill number 45. Huwag nating hayaan mawala na parang bula ang pinaghirapan nila para sa bayan nating Bangsamoro Region. At sabi nga rin ng ating mahal na Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, ang tunay na layunin ng mga sultan ay kapayapaan at pag-unlad ng Bangsamoro. Ito po ang pagkakataon na may balik ang power ng mga sultan para sila ay makatulong sa kapayapaan at pag-unlad ng Bangsamoro. Because Sultanate must have humanistic approach more than discipline. They have the cultural identity in preventing violence extremism. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, Bureau Parliament, suportahan po natin ang bill na ito sapagkat karangalan po natin ito, mga kabangsamoro. Dahil ang Sultanate ay may magandang kontribusyon sa pagbabago at reforma ng Bangsamoro Homeland sa pamamagitan ng taritib, ijma, sa Lanao, sa Sulu, Bitiara, Adat, Betad sa Maguindanao. We will support, promote peace building, tranquility, transformation, and unity. Mr. Speaker and co-member of Parliament, I plead vehemently before you to support our Bill number 45, an act establishing the Bangsamoro Sultanate Commission for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for Islam, and for the Bangsamoro people. Mr. Speaker, Atty. Pangalian Balindong, mga Deputy Speaker, Majority Floor Leader, mga Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Minority Floor Leader, mga Deputy Minority Floor Leader, my colleagues, Secretary General Rabiangkal, sa atin lahat mga panawin. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa inyo sa marami kung ito yung bill na to na ma-approve natin inshallah para sa ating sa Bangsamoro. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Majority Leader, take it easy.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, Mr. Speaker, I think meron po tayo nakalimutan doon sa Parliament Bill number 79. I move to refer this to the Committee on Health and the Committee on Finance, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader, it has already been referred to the committee.
Wala pa po. Yung 79, yung last part.
Alright. Okay, so Parliament Bill number 79, again, is referred to this
Committee on Health.
Committees mentioned by the Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are now on item Committee Report number 65. Yes, may we respectfully recognize MP Romeo Sema to read the committee report. This is a joint committee report between the Committee on Rules and the Committee on Labor and Employment.
The Minister of Labor and Employment, MP Romeo Sema, is recognized to deliver committee report number 65.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. This is a joint committee report number 65, submitted by the Committee on Rules and Committee on Labor and Employment. The Committee on Rules and Committee on Labor and Employment have the honor to report it back to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, BTA Resolution numbers 339 and 415, entitled BTA Proposed Resolution number 339, entitled Resolution requesting the Office of the President to instruct the Professional Regulation Commission to study the necessity of establishing Professional Regulation Commission, Regional Office, Satellite Office, or Service Center within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, authored by MP Harun M. Abbas, and BTA Proposed Resolution number 415, entitled A Resolution urging the Professional Regulation Commission, PRC, to create a regional office within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao, authored by MP Dr. Saprora M. Dipatuan. The Committee on Rules and Committee on Labor and Employment members, during the deliberations on the BTA Resolution numbers 339 and 415, come up with a joint committee resolution number 426. The said joint committee resolution, which is being introduced by the Committee on Rules and Committee on Labor and Employment, entitled A Resolution urging the Professional Regulation Commission, PRC, to create a regional office
within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao Farm. The committee resolution number 426 is attached to this committee report. Respectfully submitted the joint committee on Committee on Rules and Committee on Labor and Employment.
Thank you very much. Before we continue, the chair wishes to acknowledge the entry of the leader of the government of the day, the Honorable Chief Minister Ahod Ebrahim Al-Haj.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the committee report number 65, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to adopt the committee report
Joint committee report.
on two resolutions. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said committee report is hereby adopted.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, Mr. Speaker, I think the Chief Minister with the Labor is Chief Minister's hour, Mr. Speaker.
So we will suspend first the period of amendment and debate and to give way for the Chief Minister's hour. Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, there is no need to suspend the
Session
session.
resumed.
Yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. To the Wali of the Bangsamoro, Sheikh Khalifa Nando, Parliament Speaker Attorney Ali Pangalian Balindong, colleagues in the BTA Parliament, members of the Cabinet, and friends and partners for peace and development, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Bangsamoro, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. A peaceful and healthy afternoon to all of you. Mr. Speaker, over a year ago, the Bangsamoro government was compelled to redirect its attention to the threats brought upon by the coronavirus. Our timeline set for the fulfillment of our mandate was drastically affected. Our communities were gripped to its core, and we all felt massive consequences that came with the deadly virus. It was a collective suffering that required collective sacrifice from all of us. The past 365 days were filled with the loss of life, loss of living for all of us. The Bangsamoro is not new to the crisis. And from this crisis, inshallah, we will rise again stronger than ever before. Dear colleagues, it is inshallah safe to say that we are on the winning side in the fight against COVID-19 because of the extraordinary work and sacrifices of our frontline and essential workers. The BARM remains to have a significant low level of transmission compared to other regions in the country. As of March 24,
2021, the Ministry of Health has recorded 96 active cases, 3,930 recoveries, and 158 deaths. With the arrival of the COVID-19 vaccines, which is now around 18,000, composed of AstraZeneca and Sinovac, we are optimistic to further control the spread of the coronavirus. The Ministry of Health reports that of the 3,732 eligible population for hospital healthcare workers, 2,559 or 69% have already received the first shot of their COVID-19 vaccine. At the top of the vaccine priorities are frontline workers, and with the grace of the Almighty Allah, we are looking towards vaccinating at least 70% of the total population in the BARM to reach the herd immunity. But this development does not signal complaisance. We should remain observant of minimum health protocols and promote participation to the upcoming mass vaccination program. And when it's all said and done, perhaps we can go back to what used to be normal, shaking hands, giving hugs, laughing together, and enjoying each other's physical presence without fear of the virus, inshallah. Mr. Speaker, I am also happy to share with this august body our efforts in building better infrastructure and housing efforts in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Last March 4, the Project Management Office of the Kapayapaan sa Pamayanan o Kapyanan conducted a groundbreaking ceremony for the construction of 23 million pesos worth of 50-unit core shelters in Sitio Tamingin in Barangay Tarikan, Sultan Mastura in Maguindanao. We hope that one day every Bangsamoro will have a home and roof above his head, that every Bangsamoro can find a place that they can truly call their home. Speaking of home, Mr. Speaker, our colleagues in the Ministry of Human Settlement and Development, through the Land Dispute Resolution Committee, has approved its implementing guidelines and rules of procedure which can ease the land dispute case and issues involving the private owner. This strengthens our partnership with the Task Force Bangon Marawi for the long overdue rehabilitation and recovery of Marawi City, specifically the most affected area. In addition, farmers in Butik Lanao del Sur are expected to benefit from the 10 million pesos Solar Power Irrigation System, SPIS, a partnership project of Bangsamoro Government, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Agrarian Reform, MAFAR, and Task Force Bangon Marawi, TFBM. Subsidized under Bangon Marawi Rehabilitation, Reconstruction and Reconciliation Project Fund of 2020, the SPIS will increase rice production at 40 hectares of rainfield rice areas in the villages of Kabasaran, Dulangan, and Sundig in Butig, Lanao del Sur. To assure that the implementation of Bangsamoro government's various infrastructure programs in Lanao del Sur this year remain aligned, we have signed a Memorandum of Agreement, MOA, with the provincial government and local chief executive last March 21. Ladies and gentlemen, last March 15, the Ministry of Public Works and the Ministry of the Interior and Local Government laid the joint groundbreaking ceremony of concreting a 63-kilometer road network designed to provide transport connectivity of our 63 barangays in North Cotabato. With the allotment of 1.8 billion pesos for infra projects in these towns, we are optimistic that we can bring them closer together through the said initiative, inshallah. But perhaps what makes the first quarter of this year extra special is the approval of the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. With 2 of the 6, we are keeping with the timeline of passing the priority legislation in this esteemed Parliament. Each passage not only signals our welcome to our dear Mujahidins, the proper nod and acknowledgement to our Sharia counselor and the regulation of our asatis, but most importantly, establish a standard for this new bureaucracy emanating from meritocracy and adhering to moral governance. Alhamdulillah. We are getting closer, ladies and gentlemen. We are confident that we can complete the 6 codes, not just for compliance, but codes that are responsive to the need of the everyday Bangsamoro, engraved with our collective experiences and the long history of the Bangsamoro struggle. This month is also the commemoration of the National Women's Month. I am taking this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the accomplishments and contribution of women to the Bangsamoro cause. I, for one, truly believe that we need more women in this bureaucracy and in the overall work of changing the Bangsamoro to its core. I hope that we can start a new culture that honors the contribution of women to our communities, providing them with career advancing opportunities at every single level. And also that women are supported on whatever paths they choose and acknowledge that they are integral to the very fiber of the Bangsamoro. Mr. Speaker, we are proud to commemorate the National Women's Month, and we will make sure to push through with policies and programs that manifest such commemoration. Moving forward, let me also speak about the first Bangsamoro History Month. March, which has been declared as Bangsamoro History Month, has witnessed some of the most historic pieces of our shared history, and through Proclamation number 001,
we deem it proper to recognize these chapters, all of which are essential to where we are right now. This month, we remember our dear brethren who perished in the hands of oppression. Around 600 Moros were victimized on what we now know as the Budahu massacre. This gruesome chapter tells a lot about our long history of resisting tyranny. We also remember the gallantry of our ancestors who signed on the earliest calls to independence known as the Dansalan Declaration. It is a proof that our journey towards our right to self-determination is always a work in progress. It was also on March 21, 2000, when the Moro Islamic Liberation Front faced one of its most difficult challenges in recent memory, the declaration of the all-out war, a reflection of pain, destruction, displacement, and loss of lives. We are reminded that we cannot let this happen again, not now and never. We are also commemorating the signing of the Comprehensive Agreement on the Bangsamoro on its 7th year, CAB being the hallmark for the Bangsamoro Organic Law is essential in completing the peace process. For it is with its compliance that we can fairly say that BARM is successful. Ladies and gentlemen, this month also witnessed one of the most devastating chapters in Bangsamoro history, the killing of young Moro men in Corregidor Island, famously known as the Jabida Massacre. March 18 is remembered as the spark of our unified consciousness towards self-governance and fighting oppression against the Bangsamoro. We remember and we will honor our dear brethren through our work in these halls. For we owe it to the martyrs, to those who are no longer with us, and to those who will follow. Members of this esteemed chamber, we cannot afford another Jabida massacre. We must do everything in our hands to build a bureaucracy that honors our dignity as a people and prioritize our human rights. This is also one of the reasons why our colleagues in the Ministry of Public Order and Safety conducted the Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Forum to remind us of its essential role during this transition period, especially in fulfilling the normalization track. My dear brothers and sisters, by remembering Jabida, Budahu, and the all-out war, we can comply with the heart of the Comprehensive Agreement on the Bangsamoro and our mandate as the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. And of course, it has been 2 years since the Bangsamoro Transition Authority conducted its inaugural session right here. 2 years since we began this journey, and I am confident that our work has laid the foundation of a better Bangsamoro and a bureaucracy that we can all be proud of. For the past few weeks, and on top of our continuing effort to fulfill our mandate in the transition government through the implementation of flagship programs and enactment of legislation, the talk of the town in the region is the need to extend the transition period.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, allow me to take this opportunity to update this august body of what we have done towards this end. Following our productive meeting with the President last November 23, 2020, we have done various meetings, consultations, and dialogues geared towards promoting understanding, ownership, and support to the call for extension of the transition period. We conducted a roundtable discussion with the House of Representatives to shed light on issues no one sees and the rationale behind the proposed bills extending the transition period. Various consultations with our local stakeholders and constituents were likewise conducted to make sure that the voices in the grassroots are also genuinely considered. We are fully aware that the extension requires amendments to RA 11054. Hence, an act of Congress is imperative. As such, we have met the leadership of both houses of Congress and some key legislators. We also have continuing engagement with key cabinet officials and partners in the security sector. Our local government units in the region and nearby areas have likewise expressed their support through official resolutions. The provincial government of Tawi-Tawi, Lanao del Sur, Basilan, and Maguindanao, the cities of Marawi and Lamitan, as well as the province of Cotabato and Lanao del Norte, through its Provincial Peace and Order Council, also passed resolutions. We are likewise delighted to receive overwhelming support from various local CSOs and key personalities such as Cardinal Orlando Quevedo, who once again showed his deep understanding of how to achieve lasting peace and development in Mindanao. Such overwhelming support were further manifested through the successful peace caravans done throughout the autonomous region that were participated by thousands of vehicles. Mr. Speaker, some of our supporters also launched the online signature campaign few months ago, and we are happy to receive the report that last week, March 18, the more than 1 million signatures have been officially submitted to the Office of the President. These activities only signify support from various sectors and levels in our society. It further validates that the call for extending the transition period is shared by our people who want to sustain the gains of the peace process. They are with us in acknowledging that there are still crucial provisions of the BOL that are not yet fully implemented. That there are still many aspects of the normalization process that are not yet delivered. That the redirection of priorities forced by the COVID-19 and the complexities of the transition period seriously hampered our work in the BTA. That when all things considered, there is really a need to extend the transition period. It must also be recalled that this August body adopted a resolution last November 17, 2020, resolution number 332, urging the House of Representatives and the Senate of the Philippines to extend the Bangsamoro transition period from year 2022 to 2025. This strong signal to pursue the extension of the transition period actually further triggered our official engagement. Mentioned earlier and consistent with the resolution, I encourage my esteemed colleagues to speak as one with regard to this very important issue. Admittedly, we still have to iron out some issues regarding the proposed bills, and we have been doing continuous dialogues with those few have minor reservations. In addition, the BARM leadership, governors, Speaker of the House, and the Senate President recently met with President Duterte and some of his cabinet officials to discuss the ways forward. We are very optimistic that the collective wisdom of the President and Congress will gear towards the complete realization of the most important legacy of this administration, the implementation of the peace agreement and consequent peace in Mindanao, as well as the transformation of the Bangsamoro region. Mr. Speaker, the Bangsamoro struggle was never getting lucrative positions in the government. Modesty aside, we could have run for politics long before and probably won in many areas. We could have stayed comfortably within the confines of a public office during our younger years instead of spending days and nights in the jungle and in the battlefield for the struggle. But then again, this was never our intent. The struggle is and will always be for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and for the Bangsamoro people. The call for extension of the transition period is a call for peace. It is for the continuation of our collective pursuit for a just and lasting peace in our homeland, inshallah. Thank you and wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much.
We thank the Chief Minister for his update on coronavirus and the current improvement, the housing, and the update on the appeal for the extension of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to the order of business. We are on the committee report number 65. I move to open the period of interpellation and debate. May we respectfully request MP Romeo Sema to entertain clarificatory questions, if any. If there is none, then we will proceed.
The period of debate and interpellation on committee report number 65 on the proposed resolution number 426 and 415 is hereby open. The Minister on Labor and Employment is recognized. MP Ampatuan, you're recognized to interpellate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Since this is a consolidated resolution, 399 and 415, may I know what is the final title of the consolidated resolution? Can we flash it on the screen?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I answer the query of our Honorable Brenton. Actually, the final title of this resolution number 426 is a resolution urging the Professional Regulations Commission, PRC, to create a regional office within Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao. That is the title of proposed resolution number 426, Mr. Chair.
So this means to say, Mr. Speaker, this is already the consolidated version, which is actually the one of the titles of the two resolutions. Does it mean to say, Mr. Speaker, that we are no longer pursuing the request of the Office of the President to urge the PRC to create an office in the Bangsamoro region?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the collective decisions of the two committee, the Committee on Rules and the Committee on Labor. So we added, Mr. Speaker, in the two provision, or whereas. May I read, Mr. Speaker, for the consolidations of the two resolutions?
Please, MP Sema.
May we request that it will be shown on the screen?
Secretariat, please flash the two clauses in the resolution that MP Sema will about to read. Proceed, MP Sema.
And I quote, Mr. Speaker, whereas the establishment...
I'm sorry, MP Sema. Secretariat, do you have that soft copy? MP Abatuan, I will allow MP Sema to proceed in response to your request. But I believe, yes, but without the
Mr.
monitor.
Speaker, can we focus first on the title?
Okay, MP Sema, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this morning, the two committee, the Committee on Rules and the Committee on Labor, members unanimously decided that the title of the resolution is, as a committee resolution, is, of course, the proposed resolutions of MP Saprura Dipatuan. But on the third, and we added in the, whereas, Mr. Chair, in the inputs of the other members of the for the other resolutions, Mr. Speaker. You see the resolution, the attached resolution, Mr. Chair, we decided that two authors, the author of one resolution, Mr. MP Harun Abbas, and MP Saprura is the author of this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Sige, Mr. Speaker, linawin ko lang ng konti, Mr. Speaker. So, ang final title natin, PR 426, ay ito na po, yung naka-plus sa screen. Meaning to say, we are dropping already the other resolution, and we are focusing on this. And we added some whereas provision coming from the other resolution. So, in other words, ito na yung final natin na title. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for clarifying that. Pwedeng paki-show screen pa rin.
Yes. 1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Emanates from the difference between a resolution of a committee report of joint resolution and the consolidation of these two resolutions. So we would like to we would like to know exactly what was the
Yes.
approach of the committee.
Yes.
Was it
Mr.
the
Speaker.
committee report of joint resolution or a committee report of consolidated resolution?
Mr.
Your
Speaker,
Honor?
may we, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
please.
before I speak, Mr. Speaker, may I relinquish my post as a chairman, as the majority floor leader to the deputy majority floor leader so that I can defend the proposed committee report. MP Tago, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Majority Leader MP Tago is recognized. Please take over, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The majority floor leader wish from the courtesy of the presiding officer to recognize the majority floor leader for some clarificatory statement.
The Majority Leader MP Anang Ali is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to answer the clarificatory questions of MP Baintan and Patuan. First of all, this is a joint committee resolution agreed by both the Committee on Rules and the Committee on Labor and Employment. This is a committee resolution, meaning this is a new one from the other old two resolutions. And then we agree to adopt the title of the resolution by MP Zaprola Di Patuan. And also we agree in the joint committee meeting, that the committee resolutions will be now authored by Aaron Abbas and MP Zaprola Di Patuan and the Committee on Rules and the Committee on Labor and Employment. Further, Mr. Speaker, we transferred we copy one whereas clause from the proposed resolution of MP Aaron Abbas and adapt it in the new committee resolution number 426. And we added further a result for further statement that the copy of this committee resolution number 426 shall be furnished to the Office of the President, the Department of Labor and Employment, and the Intergovernmental Relations body, so that they can act on this committee resolution number 426.
In other words, this is a committee report of
Yes.
joint committees on consolidated resolutions.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
please continue, MP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that kind explanation of the proponent, Mr. Speaker. Last two questions, Mr. Speaker. Can we move upward yung title? Because this will become a precedent case, Mr. Speaker. Baba niyo pa. Yung title. Title, please.
Title to sa taas.
Yan. Meron pa, ibaba mo pa. Yung sa pinakataas, I want to see the, No.
Sa taas.
No, yung pinakataas po. Pinakataas. Pinakataas.
Yan, yung pinakataas pa.
Yan, ang pinakataas. Ang nakasulat po dyan, Mr. Speaker, ay Joint Committee Resolution number 426. The reason why I'm asking this because this becomes a precedent case, Mr. Speaker. I want to clarify if it's a joint resolution, a joint committee resolution, or joint committee report, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is a typographical error on the part of the Secretariat. But we agree in the Committee on Rules and the Committee on Labor and Employment that this is a committee resolution number, wala yung joint, no? Committee resolution number 46.
Joint
426.
committee report, resolution number 46.
Yes.
BTA Parliament Resolution number 46.
Yes.
Tama ba yon?
Are you responding in affirmative, Majority Leader? Yes, I believe he did.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to zero in, last question, Mr. Speaker. I want to zero in on the title, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
It says there, a resolution urging the Professional Regulation Commission or the PRC to create a regional office within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. When we say regional office, Mr. Speaker, where do we intend to put this regional office, Mr. Speaker?
Yes,
Because, Mr. Speaker, let me have an explanation with my proposal, Mr. Speaker. When we say regional office, Mr. Speaker, is it strategically located that will serve the 5 provinces and the 63 barangays of the Bangsamoro region? Mr. Speaker, I want to know what is the proposal, the specific area we are supposed to put this regional office of the PRC.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the clarificatory questions of MP Baintan and Patuan, there is now an ongoing meeting, discussion, and negotiation between the Minister of Labor and Employment and the PRC under as attached agency of the Department of Labor and Employment. In the committee meeting, Mr. Speaker, there is a move from a member of the Parliament to amend the word regional office, but we believe, Mr. Speaker, that the word regional office will be subject of the discussion of the MOLE and the PRC on whatever the name of the or wherever these offices will be established. Sa madaling salita po, Mr. Speaker, ilagay na lang niyang ganyan regional office. This resolution will encourage, will inform para maintindihan po ng PRC na napaka-importante po na maka-establish ng offices dito sa BARM, dito sa Bangsamoro. Yun po, madaling salita po, Mr. Speaker, ito po ngayon ay merong schedule na ongoing meeting at dadalhin po ito ng ating MOLE sa PRC na ito ay dapat seryosohin ng PRC na magkaroon ng office dito dahil meron tayo dito sa BTA na resolution na pinasa na dapat nilang bigyang pansin itong at panawagan na ito, Mr. Speaker. So sa madaling salita, hindi po natin nilagay yung specific na kung saan na ilagay ba ito, kung ito ba ay BARM-wide, dahil ito ay subject po ng pag-uusap ng MOLE at ng PRC, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to preempt the discussion and ongoing meeting of the PRC and the MOLE, Mr. Speaker.
Just last follow-up on that point, Mr. Speaker, because we are requesting a regional office. And impliedly, Mr. Speaker, when we say regional office, it should be within the seat of the government, of the Bangsamoro government, Mr. Speaker. May I know from the proponent, Mr. Speaker, and since there is an ongoing negotiation with the PRC, at least at this moment, they have already come to an initial identification of a specific area where they are supposed to put this. Just to guide us, when we approve this resolution, we're looking at putting it in Cotabato City or in Marawi or somewhere within the Bangsamoro government, Mr. Speaker. Because we're putting one regional office, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, definitely the intention of the MOLE is to establish an office in Cotabato City, Mr. Speaker. But this will be the subject of the discussion of the Ministry of Labor and Employment and the PRC with the IGR because, Mr. Speaker, as to give a short background or brief background of this, Mr. Speaker, after the turnover of the office of Dole 12 to Cotabato City office to the MOLE, the Secretary of Labor and Employment also turned over other offices in Cotabato City to MOLE, including the PRC. So ito po ay dumaan muna sa IGR and then yung Dole ay pinigay, turn over sa MOLE, yung mga offices nila dito sa Cotabato City. And isa doon sa na-invite doon sa meeting na yon ay ang PRC. Kasi ang PRC po, Mr. Speaker, ay attached agency po ng Department of Labor and Employment. Now, since wala pong PRC dito, ay nararapat po na ang gustuhin ng ating Minister of Labor and Employment na mapag-usapan din. At naniniwala po tayo sa madaling panahon na magkakaroon ng Memorandum of Agreement
ang PRC at ang MOLE na maka-establish unang-una po dito sa Cotabato City ng kanilang regional office. Kung mapagkasunduan po nila na magkaroon pa ng other satellite offices or field offices in Marawi and other areas in the BARM, ayan po ay subject po ng kanilang pag-uusap doon sa meeting na yun po yung background nitong pag-establish nitong PRC dito sa Bangsamoro, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I fully support this proposed resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. MP Tago.
Any other interpellators? Yes, we recognize Mr. Speaker, MP Romy Saliga, then MP Mangodadato, then MP Suarto Ambulutu. In that order, Mr. Speaker.
MPs recognized in that order.
Just
Yes, MP Saliga, you're recognized. Please proceed.
just one clarification, Mr. Speaker, from the proponent.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Ready.
So this regional office, saan ho manggagaling? May kailangan pang pondo galing sa BARM, or it will become from the national government?
Ito po ang pondo niyo po ay nanggaling po sa national government, Mr. Speaker. If we read the other regions, Mr. Speaker, from Region 1 to Region 12, there is a regional office of PRC. Pag tinignan po natin sa ibang lugar, ganun rin po. Pero pag dito sa Bangsamoro ay hanggang ngayon ay wala pa rin po. So nararapat po na magkaroon din po ng kung mapagkasunduan nila na PRC BARM dito sa Bangsamoro. At ako ay naniniwala in coming days, Mr. Speaker, or months ay magkakaroon tayo ng PRC sa pamamagitan ng resolution na ito, Mr. Speaker.
Another question, sorry for mentioning, may pangalawa pa pala, Mr. Speaker. Just to be updated, ano na yung status nung, because I learned, I think, meron ng usapan with the MOLE and PRC. Ano? So ano na ho yung naabot nung usapan? Ano na yung status, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, ganito po yung nangyari doon. No, nagkaroon po ng turnover ng DOL offices dito sa Cotabato City. Nagpuntahan po yung mga ibang attached agencies. Nagkaroon po ng meeting, pumunta po yung ibang attached agencies ng DOL. Ang PRC po, ang pinadala nila ay representative po. Dahil po, sa tingin ko ay wala namang PRC dito, kaya representatives lang ng head office nila pinadala nila. So ang nakikita po namin sa committee level na sa pamamagitan ng resolution na ito ay may encourage yung chairman ng PRC na humarap sa atin sa MOLE para pag-usapan itong issue na to at maka-establish ng PRC office or regional office dito sa BARM. Sa susunod na mga meetings nila. Kaya po, ngayon ay masugid pong sinusubaybayan ng ating Ministry ng Labor and Employment na in coming days, no, when he, together with the head of the PRC, discussing this issue, ay dala-dala niya po itong resolution na ito na nananawagan na dapat maka-establish dito sa PRC, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, with that statement, Mr. Speaker, it seems malaki ho yung chance na talagang magpuput up ng office. We may call it a regional office. An office within the Bangsamoro yung PRC para naman makater yung ating mga client dito sa BARM. And I support this resolution, Mr.
Thank you. The gentleman from Buluan, MP Mangudadato, is recognized to be
Thank
followed
you, Mr.
by...
Speaker.
Yes, to be
This
followed
is
by...
just a very quick manifestation. This is in response to the inquiry and not also to preempt the government of the day as to the location or the place where the regional office must be erected or built, Mr. Speaker. But this is just to remind the Bangsamoro people. Again, we exerted so much effort for the inclusion of Cotabato City. Mr. Speaker, again, to remind us all, gaano po kahalaga at gaano kalaki yung effort na ginawa po ng Moro people through the plebiscite for the inclusion of Cotabato City. But for the meantime, Mr. Speaker, so to speak, I presume that Cotabato City is the center city of the Bangsamoro autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. With due respect to the other areas that has airports and seaports, Mr. Speaker, but I believe for so many years, Mr. Speaker, nagkaroon po tayo ng autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, but never in the history of the defunct arm that Cotabato City ay naging party po ng autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So we recognize Ambuluto. You yield.
I will
You yield to MP Satar.
The Honorable Satar.
Okay. The gentleman from Basilan, MP Satar, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, MP Ambulugto, for giving me the chance to talk. Mr. Speaker, I just would like to ask, this in relation with the statement of MP Mangudadato. Of course, the regional office is in the Cotabato City, right? So po yun. Ang tanong lang po, from the Basulta area, ang mga teachers or any employees na magre-renew ng kanilang license sa PRC ay pupunta pa rin po dito sa Cotabato dahil ang regional office ay dito sa Cotabato? Yun po ang katanungan, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Kung ako, sa personal kong paniniwala, Mr. Speaker, dapat po ay magkaroon po ng field or satellite office sa Basulta dahil po ay malayo po itong lugar na ito. Ako po, Mr. Speaker, naniniwala at naninindigan na dinidiscourage ko po sana sa ating mga kapatid sa Basulta na huwag po masyado tayo mag-focus sa Zamboanga City as offices dahil po ito ay unang-una hindi po part ng BARM. Kaya po, not to preempt the discussion of the MOLE and through IGR, the establishment of PRC ay pag-uusapan. Ito po ay subject matter ng kanilang pag-uusapan, Mr. Speaker. At this point in time, narinig po ng ating MOLE yung panawagan ng ating kaibigang MP from Basulta na dapat din ay magkaroon din ng satellite or print office sa Basulta. Ito po ay pag dinala po sa IGR ni MP Romeo Sema, Mr. Speaker, ay maasahan po natin na ito ay isa sa mga kanilang mga discussion.
Ibig sabihin po, Mr. Speaker, we can assure na may third offices sa Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi in relation to PRC para hindi maging burden po ng taga-Basilan, taga-Sulu, and taga-Tawi-Tawi papunta pa rito sa regional office kung meron naman PRC national sa Zamboanga which is malapit lang po.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, for the information of this august body, MP Maysara Latif is a member of the TWG and Attorney Rasmit Mo and Attorney Joe Lorena. This TWG is the body tasked to study the establishment of the PRC in the BARM. And I believe one of the proposal is to have an office of the PRC by province, Mr. Speaker. If this discussion by the TWGs of both PRC and the MOLE will succeed, maasahan po natin na by province po ang field office ng PRC, Mr. Speaker.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, if you can assure the constituent of Basulta na hindi na sila pupunta dito sa Cotabato City, ngunit meron field offices sa Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi, suportahan ko po ang memorandum. Otherwise, mag-object po ako kung walang assurance na ganon. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any members?
Any interpellators? I see Mr. Speaker, I see the hands of MP Udia raising his hands.
I believe MP Ambuluto, just give way to MP Satar.
MP Ambuluto has waived his right. He has yielded to the gentleman from... After MP Udia, then we will recognize MP Ambuluto. MP Udia first.
I'm sorry. I believe MP Ambuluto yielded that his turn, but he is not yielding the questions. Am I correct?
No, Mr. Speaker,
You still have questions, Your Honor.
But, Mr. Speaker, we have recognized first MP Udia, then after that, MP Ambuluto. In that order, Mr. Speaker.
All right, MP Udia, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just for a minute. It is but logical enough to put first regional office, then it will be internal. Kung meron na regional office dito sa Cotabato na pwede na maglagay ng satellite office sa island provinces of BARM. Anyway, there is no restriction of law na pupuntang applicant sa Region 9 which is closer to the Basurta area. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my statement is discouraged. No? Hindi ko po sinasabing wag pumunta sa Zamboanga City, pero as much as possible ay dinidiscourage natin at mag-focus po tayo dito sa BARM. Yung po ang statement ko, Mr. Speaker. Opo, Mr. Speaker.
The explanation is simply because Zamboanga City is not part of the farm, and that's
Yes, Mr.
it.
Speaker.
Nothing else. Okay. MP Ambuluto, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I think there being no more MPs to interpellate, I move for the...
The Deputy Majority Leader, do you support the motion? Please,
Mr. Speaker, very willingly, is the one who proposed for the closing of the interpellation and debate. And this representation has no objection, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So the period of debate interpellation on the proposed resolution 426 is hereby closed.
Then,
Deputy Majority Leader, please continue.
And I will relinquish the chair, Mr. Speaker, as acting majority floor leader and give back the throne to the real majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, but there may be amendments, Your Honor. There may be amendments and the proponent...
This time, Mr. Speaker, MP Romesoma may answer the period of amendments.
There will be an amendments, MP Tago. So please take over. You can take over. There will be an amendments, I believe.
Yeah, there
and
is.
so the proponent, majority leader, will have to accept. So in the meantime, MP Tago, you will be in charge until we finish this.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to your instruction, who am I to object to the instruction? Refuse the instruction of the presiding officer.
Thank you
very
very-
willingly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Majority Leader. So we open the period of amendment.
Yes, the period of amendment is open.
Mr. Speaker.
The MP Ampatuan, Baintan ng Ponton is duly recognized, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr.
Patuan,
Speaker.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Upon hearing the words coming from the islands and other areas, Mr. Speaker, I propose that we should not limit the creation of the office into a regional office, Mr. Speaker. My proposal, Mr. Speaker, is to create field offices within Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Mr. Speaker. Meaning to say, you remove the word a regional. You remove the word a regional, but change it to create field offices within. This is actually progressive in nature. You have a space if the PRC would allow creation of field office, one in Cotabato, one in Marawi, one in Basulta. It can be done because what we said is field offices. Rather than putting it there, a regional office, which is actually pertaining to a creation of a regional office within the regional government, Mr. Speaker.
Do the principal
Yes,
authors
Mr.
accept?
Speaker, I have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker. After searching there are regional offices in other regions of Philippines all over the Philippines, Mr. Speaker. My counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, is to create regional and other field offices within the BARM Bangsamoro. Kasi pag hindi po nilagay yung regional office, yung other region, mayroong mga regional office, ang punto po dito ay may regional office, main office, at
May
yung mga other field offices
May
sa bawat
centrality. May
provinces.
centrality.
Yes,
Merong
Mr. Speaker.
centrality.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Do
And
you
other
accept,
field offices.
So what's the pleasure of the lady
Establish.
proponent?
Mr. Speaker, I have also counter proposal to remove the word other.
Other field offices. Okay.
Can we, I will call for a suspension. You can discuss
Yes,
it
okay
and
na
then come up with a unified title. Session suspended. Iano nyo na lang. Ano gusto nyo? Session resumed. So do we have a
Yes, Mr.
final
Speaker. Yes,
proposal?
Mr. Speaker. The counter proposal of NP Baintan Patuan to remove the other. The chairman of the committee on rules, Mr. Speaker, is accepting the proposed amendments of NP Patuan, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Secretariat, please.
No more proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Secretariat, please flash.
Provided that in the final close, it will be incorporated.
All right. Any other amendments?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
gentleman from Buluan, MP Mangudadato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the good proponent of this proposed resolution 426 is yield to this proposal, Mr. Speaker, instead of using the term to create, Mr. Speaker, this representation would like to introduce, instead of using to create, to establish a regional and field offices within Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as a majority floor leader, before we approve the amendment, introduce my fellow deputy majority floor leader, Mr. Speaker. We should be consistent with the law. And if you look at the resolution, there is a text of the law that was mentioned. It is in Republic Act number 8981, the PRC Modernization Act of 2000, which provides that the PRC is authorized to create, not to establish, to create regional office as may be necessary to carry out their function as mandated. That is the word of the law, in order to be consistent with the wordings of the law.
Yeah, please have a physical distancing, ha? Muna kayo dyan.
Mr. Speaker.
Please do not, yes. Ang laki ng space dyan, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP Mangudadato.
Yes, I yield to the observation of the good Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Mr. Speaker. In that case, can I reword my proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker? To create a regional office and establish field offices within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Yes. Ako naman.
MP Tago, your legal acumen is needed in this regard.
As a matter of fact, in the establishment of the field offices, it's up to the PRC, the IGR, and the regional office that will be established. So on the need basis. So there is no problem with that, Mr. Speaker, in the wording of the establishing of the field offices.
So let's put an end to this discussion. The Majority Leader, do you accept?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Mr. Speaker.
So accepted. Yes. Any further amendments, MP Mbuluto?
I just want to be clarified, Mr. Speaker. Just so as we are sure, Mr. Speaker. Clear. Mr. Speaker, what's the distinction between the original wording of creating the regional and field offices, because it will be done in one sweep. No? It will be one act, one deed. Now, when we make a distinction of putting establishment prior to for the purposes of the field offices, what is the import of that modification?
So it's a question on definition. I believe aside from the spelling, it's a synonymous word. It's a synonymous word. Yes. Will the proponent of this proposed amendment reply to that? Can you indulge us, enlighten us as to what is the difference between creation and create?
Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, the original wording was, as proposed by the Deputy Majority Floor Leader, was creation of the regional and field offices. Then we made a distinction between the creation of the regional office and the establishment of the field offices. So this is plain, it may be plain hermeneutics to others, but I think they mean something when they made a distinction. It is simply better now we clarify the distinction, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I ask your permission to recognize the other majority floor leader to defend his proposal?
Yes, gentleman from Buluan, what is the difference between creation and establishing?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, to my mind, considering that we are going to create a regional office If I may make an example, Mr. Speaker, seemingly, para bagang gagawa po tayo ng mother office, which is the general regional office. And in that effect, with the proposal as well as the statements of our brother, MP Romy Saliga, to consider the Bangsamoro constituents coming from the island provinces to establish or to have an office within the island provinces. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why we need to introduce the term or the word establish for purposes, again, Mr. Speaker, of budgeting.
Anyway, the principal author already the principal author already accepted the proposal unless the gentleman from Kabuntalan objects to the accepted. Do you object to that?
Mr. Speaker,
Is it
no.
a point
What
of-
I would like
it's a
to simply
clarificatory
clarify,
question.
Mr. Speaker, is that parang so we are now positing two separate deeds.
Majority, the Deputy Majority Leader, can you take over, please? There's a parliamentary inquiry in terms of in the definition of these two words.
I do not have any objection for as long as we are very, very clear as to what we are stating there.
As a matter of fact, what we are discussing, Mr. Speaker, is not a law. We are just expressing our sense to the PRC to establish these offices. It is not forced. It is not, once we approve this, it is not automatic that it will be granted by the PRC. Now, ang sinasabi ng matatanda, with your respect to my colleagues, kung hingi ka, palakin mo na ang hingin mo. Para kung hindi ma-approve yung isa, ma-approve yung isa. Yun lang. Ang words ko, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, it's not there was no objection. It is already a settled issue. So let's move on. MP Mawalil, please, you're recognized. What is your
Mr.
concern?
Speaker, really pertaining to the matter that was discussed earlier, because I'm inclined to know what is the simple distinction between the word create and establish. I believe that the earlier formulation was very straightforward.
Yes. Ganito po yan, Mr. Speaker. In addition to what have been explained by MP Tago, yung unang-una, ito po ay sense of the parliament. Pangalawa po, we have to create first the regional office. So after we create the regional office, saka po mag-uusapan po ulit ng IGR to establish the field office. So definitely hindi po pwedeng mauna ma-create yung field office. Kailangan po nating maunang ma-create yung regional office before we can create the field offices. But this is again discretionary on the part of the PRC to establish field offices. So ang mangyari po dito, Mr. Speaker, pag na-create na yung regional office ay based on this resolution, ay pwede po nating i-follow up or pag-usapan yung establish naman ng field offices, especially, Mr. Speaker, doon sa island provinces, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Speaker, but our only prayer, Mr. Speaker, is to ask the PRC to create and establish the regional office and the field offices. As to how they are going to do it, Mr. Speaker, I believe that was the argument of the good majority floor leader. But I would just like to manifest that it sends a message that there's really a distinction between the two words. So I believe that I reiterate my earlier position, Mr. Speaker, that the earlier formulation is very straightforward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We understand. Yes.
And if I may propose a simple amendment to add an article A to before the word regional. I believe that we only want a single regional office, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, okay.
This is a problem when you have so many grammar police.
Thank you, Mr.
You cannot finish a simple resolution. Would that be okay?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Also-
MP Mawalil, for that for the proposal.
Mr. Speaker.
Is it a,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, from
Yes.
the Zoom.
Somebody on the
Mr. Speaker, from the Zoom. Yes, Mr. Speaker, from the Zoom.
Okay, before we recognize MP
Bosa.
Jamla, do you accept
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
Okay.
I accept the...
MP Diamla, the gentleman from the Chaan Ramayan is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. How does the how do the author would like to have this run it this way? Create a regional and provincial offices within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. If we make it that way, Mr. Speaker, he will note that the PRC will be mandated to have a regional office in the city of Cotabato or in the Bangsamoro Government Center. And when we also say provincial offices, they will be mandated to put an office or establish an office in the provincial government centers. And the problem, if ever there be a problem on the office space, will be resolved easily because the regional government, which is under the chief minister, will give an office space to such office, and also the provincial government through the provincial governor will also be able to provide a space for the office that will be established by the PRC. So, with that, Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
there will be-
Your Honor, can you proceed directly to your proposal? If you have
the
an
proposal
amendment.
is to amend it as a regional office and provincial offices within the Bangsamoro
Yes.
Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with the good and proposed amendment of MP Musa, but on the matter of the PRC, and other similar agency of the national government, wala po silang provincial offices, kundi ang tawag po sa kanila ay field offices. Yan po yung nakalagay po sa kanilang batas creating them, that dalawa po yan, isang regional office at yung mga field offices ng PRC. Ganon din po ang Civil Service Commission. Merong regional office at merong mga field offices. So, hindi po natin pwedeng baguhin yun bilang member dito ng Parliament, bagkos ay ito po again ay discretion po ng PRC na maglagay po ng field
Yes, and
offices.
anyway, the intention is captured in the main body of the resolution. So we can settle this, we can finish this already. Look at the draft resolution, it already looks like a coloring book.
Mr. Speaker, may I be
So we can
recognized?
resolve this. Anyway, the intention of this simple resolution is already covered and
Yes.
secured, and in the
Mr.
draft.
Speaker, may I be
Any
recognized?
proposal?
May I be recognized, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, MP. Yes, do you?
May I be recognized?
Permission to Mr. Speaker to recognize MP Alisang and then afterwards MP Saplula Dipatuan.
Yes, MP, the gentleman from Maguindanao, MP Alisangki is recognized, to be followed by the gentleman from Ganasi, MP Dipatuan, in that order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am really elated to see the proponent of this bill. The idea is to make this PRC located in an area na convenient sa mga kliyente. Yung bang malapit-malapitan yung opisina. I must remind this body that under the Local Government Code of 1991, it's very clear that all government, meaning provincial at saka municipality, including barangay, must create a government center. Now, I suppose that the idea of this august body is to make this office to be created by the national agency na yung convenience kung paano madaling makapunta mga kliyente. But one thing, the very big problem here is that yung mga LGUs natin, they have failed to establish a government center where we can put up this kind of facilities. I would like to call the attention of the body that when I was then managing the SPDA, no less than the province of South Cotabato, they established a government center And all those government agencies, they have allocated land for these government agencies to put up their branches in their big tract of land in Coronadal. So the topic here now is how to make a national agency put up their own offices for the convenience of the people of the autonomous region. So I suppose that some of the ideas here, may nagsabi dyan na we must have a regional office of the PRC. That is good. But to make it accessible, we can put up offices in the provinces. But the problem is that we have no government centers where these national offices can be put up. For lack of land, where can we put up? Maging squatter tayo dyan. So what I'm saying here is that before we even think of putting up these branches in the provinces, we must be sure that there is readily available declared government center where we can put up all these government facilities. I think it's not only the PRC that will be interested to put up a unit or an office. There are many agencies of government to make the people of arm convenient in going to the office. We must anticipate. And first of all,
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
Will you please go directly to your amendment, your proposal, if you have one?
Going directly is that before we even think of putting up a provincial offices, we must know first whether there is a government center established ready by the provincial government.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for that manifestation.
Yes.
MP Dipatuan, yes, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the principal author of this resolution, I recognize the fact that the Committee on Rules and Committee on Labor and Employment have already taken over this resolution. I have no intention to speak para hindi po tayo magtagal, pero mukhang lalo tayong nagtagal. Yes, that is the problem. Now, my worry is that nagkakaroon ngayon ng usapan ang MOLE at saka PRC with the creation of a regional office. Ang impression na naibigay sa atin ng Minister of Labor natin ay maganda ngayon ang attitude ng PRC. Ngayon, baka pag isinali natin yung field offices, maging negative yung impact nito doon sa PRC because it would entail funding sa pagka-create ng mga field offices. So yun po ang aking opinion with due respect to the opinion of the Honorable Majority Floor Leader and the two other Deputy Majority Floor Leader. I really agree with MP Mawalil that the original formulation of the title is very straightforward. Saka na po tayo mag-isip ng provincial offices pag na-establish na yung regional office. Thank you very much po.
Thank you for that manifestation. Can we
Mr. Chair?
finish this already? Yes, the Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, was that a motion, Mr. Chair? Because if that was a motion, I will second the motion, Mr. Chair, of Dr. Dipatuan, Mr. Chair.
So there's another, would you like to put that in formal motion? Motion to revert back to the original?
Yeah, I would like to I would like to move that we revert back to the original title of the resolution.
All right.
I second the motion, Mr. Chair.
It has been seconded. Do you accept?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right. So let's finish this. So there's a motion.
Objection,
and there's
Mr.
been
Speaker.
seconded. What is the objection of the gentleman from Bubong?
Someone raising his hands for some observation on this discussion.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
MP Macaraya.
This is about the term, the create and establish. I think the two may overlap one from the other, but it also differ based on the context. Now, when we, as far as I know, establish means you need a comprehensive action, or there is really a need for a permanency of creating or establishing an office. Now, our situation now is we don't have a PRC in the region, so we need to see first the how to ease out how to ease out the creation of the regional office, then establishment may follow. It depends on the creation of the regional office. So I subscribe to the idea to keep the original title, that is to create the regional office within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's just finish this
Mr.
already.
Speaker, there being no objection, and it was motion a while ago that we carry the original title as proposed by the original proponent of the resolution and duly seconded. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you have rolled on the motion. Have you rolled on the motion?
I am about to rule on the motion.
Yes.
So the title now shall be the original title as proposed under the committee report number 46. All right.
I move to close the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Period of amendment is hereby closed.
I move to approve the proposed resolution on the final reading.
So there's a motion?
As amended.
Okay, there's a motion to propose to adopt this
Subject to
resolution.
style.
Resolution number 426 as amended. Any objection? Hearing none. Proposed resolution number 46 is hereby adopted.
Subject to style.
The Deputy Majority Leader, you still have the floor.
Yes, I'm now relinquishing my position as acting majority floor leader and bringing back the throne to the original majority floor leader, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable
Yes, Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
but before that, Mr. Speaker, nananawagan po ako sa mga kasama natin na tapusin natin yung mga nakalagay sa order of business natin. Puro resolution lang ito, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
So we
will
proceed,
ask
Mr. Speaker.
we will ask the Secretary General to please invite those
Yes.
members who are outside the premises. We
Yes.
will continue deliberating on the other items
Yes,
because
Mr.
today will be
Speaker.
the last session day of the second regular session of the
Mr.
PTA Parliament. We will go on Sunny day for mandatory Ramadan break. So we will finish everything inside in the agenda today.
Yes,
Majority
Mr.
Leader,
Speaker.
please
Mr.
invite
Speaker,
those who are
we
outside
proceed
the
to the
premises. Invite
next
them.
item, the order of business. We are item number 11, unfinished business.
All right, unfinished business.
Mr. Speaker, considering that this resolution have the same subject matter with other resolution, Mr. Speaker, I move to consolidate this proposed resolution number 384 to proposed resolution number
Wait a minute, Majority Leader.
407, Mr. Speaker.
For what is the status of this
The
resolution
status of
under
this,
the period of interpellation and
Yes,
debate?
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this resolution, Mr. Speaker,
So
is
you're-
under the period of debate and interpellation. So there is a similar resolution, Mr. Speaker, in number proposed resolution 416. I believe, Mr. Speaker, we can consolidate these two resolutions and discuss at the same time, Mr. Speaker, when this proposed resolution, the proposed resolution number 416 is on the table, Mr. Speaker. Pwede po natin pag-usapan pagdating ng isang table na ito. For as long as na-consolidated na po. So that is the motion, Mr. Speaker. I move to consolidate proposed resolution 384 to propose resolution number 416.
Majority Leader, these two resolutions have
407, Mr.
these two
Speaker.
separate resolutions have already taken its own parliamentary status.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is the same on the period
Both
of debate.
are under the period of debate and interpellation. As a
interpellation,
matter
Mr.
of
Speaker.
rules, we owe it to the authors of this resolution to discuss it separately. Because they have already assumed their separate parliamentary status. If we want to consolidate, it could we can consolidate it in the plenary and in the committee. But unfortunately, this is a simple resolution. So it has already both resolutions have already taken its own life, a life of its own. So we will tackle this separately in order not to confuse the members. Okay?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Because it has already assumed its parliamentary status.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So do you intend to continue the deliberation on proposed resolution number 384?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension.
Kasi pag mapag dalawa, Kate Lanao, importante yan. The other letter, yes. Mr. Speaker.
Session resume.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I move to, not consolidate, but when we discuss proposed resolution 407, it will be discussed together with the proposed resolution 384 so that hindi po natin madoble-doble yung pag-uusapan natin dito, Mr. Speaker, so that we can move forward to other resolution, Mr. Speaker. That is the proposal of the majority.
What is the, okay, so what's the pleasure of MP Moalil?
Mr. Speaker, I was about to manifest earlier because there was an intentional discussion on the consolidation, and as the principals, one of the principal authors of the other resolution on that subject matter, I have no objection on that because it was, I think, the most pragmatic way and to fast track everything. I believe that we should consolidate these two resolutions.
So we can agree that we will adopt these two resolutions and then maybe we can consolidate. Okay? So do you have a motion to adopt proposed resolution 384, Majority Leader? So we can fast track. And omnibus motion to adopt proposed resolution 384 and 416. Would you like to put that in formal motion?
Mr. Speaker, can we just decide that later part, Mr. Speaker?
Later part. Okay.
Approval
So
of this,
please,
Mr. Speaker.
okay. All right. Please continue.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I proceed to, we will go back that MP, yes, MP Mawali, isahan na lang yung pag-discuss doon sa isang, yes, 1 minute suspension.
1 minute, session suspended for 1 minute. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, after consulting the other members of the Parliament, and this issue is very controversial, I move to defer the consideration of proposed resolution number 384 and 416, the later date, Mr. Speaker.
So there's a motion to defer consideration of proposed resolution 384 and 416. It has been
407.
seconded. Motion is approved.
407. Mr. Speaker, can we just first discuss the resolution on the Ramadan bonus? May we request the Secretariat to flash the resolution, Mr. Speaker? Ramadan bonus daw muna. Yes. This is a proposed resolution 422, Mr. Speaker. The parliamentary status of this proposed resolution, Mr. Speaker, is under period of interpellation and debate, Mr. Speaker. I move to open the period of debate and interpellation.
Period of debate interpellation is hereby open. The gentleman from Buluan, MP Mangudadato, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to close the period of debate and interpellation of the proposed resolution number 422.
You support the motion, Majority Leader?
Yes, I support that motion, Mr. Speaker.
All right, the period of debate interpellation is hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
Period of amendment is hereby open.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
And it has been
yes, Mr. Speaker.
Period of amendment is hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move for approval and adoption of proposed resolution number 422, Mr. Speaker.
PR 422 is hereby adopted.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to proposed resolution 396.
Order in the House. Please settle down. We are not yet through. We are not yet through. Please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down. We are not yet through. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have a proposed resolution number 396, a resolution earnestly urging the Congress of the Philippines to concur with the proclamation issued by His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte in granting amnesty to the political crimes of the members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and Moro National Liberation Front. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this proposed resolution is we are now under the period of amendment and period of debate and interpellation, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, I move for the open of the period of interpellation and debate, Mr. Speaker.
Period of debate interpellation on PR 396 is open. The Deputy Majority Leader, MP Tago, is recognized.
Will the principal sponsor
will the lady from Tugaya
allow for clarificatory questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are ready.
Proceed, MP Tago.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I am supporting this proposed resolution, but I have only clarificatory questions. As stated yesterday by one of our colleagues, the word political crimes should be changed to political offense because the rebels are not criminals. They are doing their acts politically for political beliefs and political ideology. So we should change political offense, and in a proper time, I will introduce an amendment. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, my clarificatory questions to the principal sponsor of this proposed resolution is: what does political offense covered in the proclamation of our beloved President? Ano po ang coverage ng political offense?
Mr. Speaker, if I may be allowed to answer.
Yes, please. Yes, please, MP Latif.
For purposes of this proclamation, the clause crimes committed in pursuit of political belief shall include the following, but not limited to acts and omissions performed or undertaken as part of a plan, program of action, or strategy decided by the rebel leadership to overthrow and replace the national government, any of its political subdivisions, or duly constituted authority with or without the use of arms. That's page 2, Mr. Speaker, of Proclamation number 1091, as well as Proclamation number 1090. Mr. Speaker, page 2.
So, naka-define dun sa presidential proclamations, ano yung sinasabi nating political belief that all the rebel fronts in the Philippines are subjected to amnesty. So, yun lang, Speaker. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, the principal sponsor, no, Mr. Speaker, what are the actions now in Congress kung may both in the House of Congress and the House of Senate kung mayroon na silang action regarding concurrence of the amnesty proclamation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on March 23 at 2 p.m., the Inquirer has reported that there are at least four pending resolutions in the House, Mr. Speaker, but not yet in the Senate.
So wala pang action?
Sa Senate.
Wala pang action yung concurrence?
Yes po.
Because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker, the concurrence must emanate from the House of Representatives. So on that point, Mr. Speaker, I'm very much supportive to this proposed resolution. And if there is no further interpellators, I move to close the period of interpellation and debate.
Majority, do you second the motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. I support the motion of AP Tago.
The period of debate and interpellation on PR 422 is closed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
Period of amendment is open. MP Tago, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yung sinasabi ko lang, yung kaninang sa title, yung political crime, it should be changed to political offense.
Do you accept?
Because the rebel movements, CPP man, Minilep, Imailep, they are not criminals, but they are doing their acts for political beliefs and ideology.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will yield to the amendment that instead of crimes, the word be used offenses.
Offenses.
Secretariat.
Offenses. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
So please introduce the proper amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
So there's a motion to close the period of amendment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendment is hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption and approval of this proposed
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
What's the pleasure of the Deputy Speaker?
Yeah, may I manifest that about 2 hours ago, the House panel has already approved the proclamation of the President, have already manifested their concurrence in the proclamation of the President, Mr. Speaker, for the information and guidance only of this August body.
Thank you for that latest for that update, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
What's the motion again? Can you restate again?
For the approval and adoption of this proposed resolution number 396, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 396. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said resolution is hereby adopted.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to the proposed resolution number 4126, Mr. Speaker. I move to open the period of interpellation and debate, Mr. Speaker.
Period of debate interpellation on PR 416
but
is open.
Before that, Mr. Speaker, may I give a short background of this proposed resolution? There was a letter from the Senate of the Philippines asking the Chief Minister to comment to submit a position paper on Senate Bills number 9, 389 and 1015 creating the Lake Lanao Development Authority. Nag-usap po kami ni Chief Minister na mag-submit siya ng position paper at itong resolution na ito ay attached doon sa position paper na yan doon sa Senate of the Philippines. So the Chief Minister is appealing to this August body to approve this proposed resolution so that makasubmit na po siya doon sa Senate of the Philippines. So Mr. Speaker,
thank you for that update. Do you want to open the debate?
Yes, I move to open the period of
debate. Okay, the period of debate interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will not interpellate the majority floor leader, Mr. Speaker, because I am his deputy majority floor leader. But it's a manifestation, Mr. Speaker. One, there was already a Lake Lanao Development Authority approved by the previous arm. There is one Arele Act. Number two, the sponsor of this resolution has filed BTA bill for the creation of Pranao Development Authority. So, although we support the measures being undertaken by our national leaders, especially the Senate, dapat iporsige natin yung mga bills na nandito sa atin kasi yun ang mas makabuluhan because it comes from us. Mas properly researched at saka galing sa atin, Mr. Speaker. That's my manifestation, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Yes, therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of interpellation and debate.
Period of debate, interpellation has been, it's a motion to close, been seconded. Period of debate, interpellation is now closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Period of amendment is open.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
Period of amendment is closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval and adoption of this proposed resolution.
PR 416, is there any objection to the motion to approve? None. PR 416 is hereby adopted.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to, I move to defer the, I move to defer consideration of committee report number 36 and committee report number 37 for lack of material time, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to defer
committee report number 36 and committee report number 37.
The appreciation of committee report number
36 and
36 and
37.
37. Any objection? Has been seconded. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, we are now on the last part of our order of business. The consideration of the BTA Parliament Bill number 36. We are now on the period of amendment. I think there is a agreement, final version of the amendment to be discussed by MP Romeo Sema, Mr. Speaker.
Do you open the period of amendment?
Yes, we are the parliamentary status of this, Mr. Speaker. We are on the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so the period of amendment is hereby open. The principal author, Minister Sema, is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Majority Florida. Mr. Speaker, sometimes in August 27, 2020, during the deliberations of the BTA Parliament Bill number 36, entitled An Act Institutionalizing Policies for Bangsamoro Overseas Employment and Establishing a Standard of Protections and Promotions of the welfare of overseas Bangsamoro workers and their families, and for other purposes, some issues were raised by the members of this August chamber, were referred back to the Committee on Labor and Employment for further clarifications. Thus, on November 26, 2020, a technical working group was created by the Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament. The compositions of the technical working group are following. MP Attorney Joe Lorena, the chairman, MP Attorney Faisalan Tago, member, Attorney Kadapi Mangudadato, member, MP Kadapi Mangudadato, member, and MP Attorney Rasul Mitbug Jr., member, and Attorney MP Ana Tarhata S. Basman, and yours MP Romeo K. Sema, ex-officio member. Mr. Chair, the draft bill number 36, together with the issues raised by the parliament members, were forwarded to the TWG for review and resolution, more particular to look into the legality of certain provisions as pronounced by the different parliament members during the period of amendments. Thus, the issues before the TWG are the issues pronounced by the Deputy Majority MP Raisa Tetsuri, MP Pro Reader MP Liza Alamia, Deputy Speakers MP Nabiltan, and MP Omar Yasir Sema, Deputy Minority Leader MP Baintan Adel Ampatuan, and MP Don Loong. May I request, Mr. Speaker, the member of the committee, of the Committee on Labor, Ms. MP Latif, to read the consolidated report of the TWG. Please, Secretariat.
Is this available? Is this report available to the members? Did we furnish a copy to the members? Okay. So please, can we just put that into motion, the attachment of that report, to be part of the journal? So you would wish, Majority Leader?
Ayun na mag-append.
So what is the pleasure of the Majority Leader? Should we recognize
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will give a short analysis, brief background on this, Mr. Speaker. There are controversial provisions, Mr. Speaker, and we agree in this August body to create a panel to discuss these controversial provisions, and they came and an amendment, a report on this amendment, Mr. Speaker, and
this report
we already discussed extensively of this issue, Mr. Speaker, and there are already proposed amendment of those provisions, Mr. Speaker. So it is up to the proponent of the act, Mr. Speaker, to accept the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
So we will treat this report as part of the amendments. An attachment to the the resolution.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, we require the Mother Committee, the Committee on Labor, to submit the committee report for record purposes, so that it can be part of the record that the amendments was part of the record for record purposes. So we're requiring to report what was transpired during the TWG.
Yes.
Yung mga amendments na siya pinasok sa bill na ito.
Yes, that is what
that's message to Mr. Speaker.
That's precisely why I'm asking. It's going to be a part of the official report pertaining to this particular bill. All right, MP Maysara Lamdami Latif, are you ready to render your report?
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, we are ready for the report.
Please proceed.
This will form part of the committee report, Mr. Speaker, so that we can adopt the committee report afterwards. So page 1, the amendment is 2020. Page 1, please. Page 1.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, what's the pleasure of the gentleman
I just
from
want to be
Kabuntala?
clarified, Mr. Speaker. Just small clarification. Are we amending the committee report or are we already proceeding? Because we are now in the period of amendments. Are we now amending the bill? Mr. Speaker.
That is precisely why I'm asking, what's the pleasure of the Majority Leader? It's going to be part of the committee report, or
Yes.
it's going to be just a simple report of the TWG?
Yes, this is a simple report of the TWG, which will be part of the committee report, Mr. Speaker.
So in a way, you are, yes, please proceed, MP Ambuluto.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have already approved the committee report. So are we now with the understanding that we are now retrieving from this August body the committee report and now refiling a new committee report? We are now already in the committee period of amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Is that report approved by the members of the committee? Or is
Mr.
it
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, would like to shed lights on this issue, Mr. Speaker. In the previous session, Mr. Speaker, we read the committee report and we discussed extensively on the period of interpellation and debate. So we proceed to the period of amendment. And there are several amendments which discuss the constitutional issue. So the speaker, no less than Speaker Ali Pangalan Balindong, created a TWG on how to resolve the constitutional issue and to propose an amendment during the period of amendment. And the TWG shall submit that proposed amendment, and it's up to the committee chairman to accept the proposed amendment
Okay,
from the TWG.
I'll make it simple. This will be simply a report of the TWG created to resolve the constitutional issues on the proposed bill. It's not going to be part of the committee report because the committee report has already been rendered and accepted. And this report will introduce as an amendment to the bill as a way to resolve constitutional issue.
Speaker.
Are you satisfied, MP Ampuluto?
Mr. Speaker, if the majority floor leader would allow, perhaps the easiest way to address this is for the technical working group to propose amendments already. They don't have to read. They may ask for the reading into the records, the entire report, TWG report, but they have to propose now amendments after amendments after amendments.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that
Can we
precisely
proceed directly
that
to
is,
the
Mr.
amendments?
Speaker, the TWG will report section by section of the proposal.
That is actually the report na MP Ambulugto. So we
MP Romeo
So
Serrano,
please, MP, the lady from Tugaya, please proceed with your report. And this will be a proposed amendment to the bill.
Mr. Speaker, may we go back to page 1. So instead of 2019, it was amended to 2020. Okay. Page 2, there was no amendment in the bill. Page 3, the amendment is as follows. Letter I, page 3, letter I. Affirms that the Bangsamoro family as basic autonomous social institution is the foundation of the government. Accordingly, solidarities of the families of overseas Bangsamoro workers shall be strengthened. So we removed the word strengthen and replaced it with the strengthened. And their total development shall be actively promoted. That was for MP Adils Ampatuan. Okay? Promoted dapat po yan. Yung green, secretariat. Pakilagay promoted. Doon sa letter I. Yan, okay. So, doon tayo sa section 3, coverage. This act applies to all overseas Bangsamoro workers and overseas Bangsamoro within. Remove the word or outside. Okay, that's in red. Bangsamoro territory and give assistance to overseas Bangsamoro outside Bangsamoro territory, period, by MP Jajuri. So for page 5, 4-5, there was no amendment, Mr. Speaker, as well as page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, 10, 11, 12. So page 13, Mr. Speaker, there is an amendment. Section 27, the last part. Line 39. Page 13. 13. Okay, section 27, Overseas Bangsamoro Workers Help Desk. The MOLE, in coordination with DFA and other agencies, shall have an Overseas Bangsamoro Workers Help Desk in every, we remove the word Philippine Embassy and added the word Philippine Overseas Labor and Office, POLO, of the country, where the OBWs has been deployed. And then, for page 14, Mr. Speaker, same section, we added the word, however, before the establishment of the same, there must be proper coordination with the Department of Foreign Affairs, DFA, by MP Lorena. Another paragraph, Mr. Speaker, Help Desk Office shall, so there was a question, what are the qualifications of these Bangsamoro workers, Mr. Speaker, but this was not resolved, so I believe that this was not carried, that Help Desk. Page 15, there was no amendment except for the word, page 15, the word the was removed. There was no amendment in page 16, Mr. Speaker. So page 17, an amendment in line 13, Mr. Speaker. So in the prosecution of offenses punishable under this section, the MOLE and its bureaus will collaborate with public prosecutors of the DOJ. In certain cases, allow the MOLE through its authorized lawyer in the prosecution for cases relating to violation of this act within its jurisdiction under the direct control and supervision of public prosecutor was removed and deleted. Okay, so the MOLE lawyers will act only as private prosecutors. Under the supervision of the public prosecutor was added. The private prosecutors was also added in this case by MP Omar Sema and MP Tan. That's page 17. Page 18, Mr. Speaker, 18, we added the word B in line 17, the word B. And then in line 25, we deleted the word ED. So it just does establish. Page 19, there was no correction. Page 20, Mr. Speaker, 20, In line 19, there was an additional word, line 19, and development, and the word D for the MSSD. In page 21, Mr. Speaker, the word D in line 27 in page 21 was added. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I believe that that's all for the amendment.
All right.
And I will turn back the...
Thank you, MP Damdaman Latif.
Yes, Mr.
Proponent,
Speaker.
do you accept?
Yes, Speaker, accepted.
In toto, all of those
Toto.
amendments?
Yes.
Okay. Majority
Yes,
Leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
The period of the amendment is closed.
Mr. Speaker, before we close the period of amendments, we included MP Ali, Eddie Ali, to be co-authors of this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just one-
Noted. Secretariat,
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I
MP Ali,
move to
co-author.
approve this bill on second reading by viva voce, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so those who are in favor of what's the number? Those who are in favor of BTA Parliament Bill number 36, say aye.
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 Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. BTA Parliament Bill number, what's the number again? Can you flash? 36 is hereby approved on second reading.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there being no other agenda and order business, I move to adjourn this session until the next third regular session.
Before we adjourn, I wish to again greet on behalf of my co-officers of the Parliament. I wish to greet everyone in this house, the members on Zoom, and advance Happy Ramadan to all of you. The second regular session of the Bar Bangsamoro Parliament is hereby adjourned.
Ramadan Mubarak po sa lahat.
Advance Ramadan Mubarak.